meeting is meeting number 285, which is held today on the 29th of October. My name is Tembani Bukula, the chairperson of the Energy Regulator, and I will be the chairperson of this meeting in the sections that I am not recusing myself, and then there were some sections where I'll recuse myself, and Ms. Precious Sibia will then chair the meeting. Let me also introduce the rest of the members of the Energy Regulator. I'll start with Mr. Gumede. Mr. Gumede is the regulator member primarily responsible for electricity regulation at NERSA, the chairperson of the electricity subcommittee. The next is Mr. Gumede, so that people can calibrate on your voice, if you could greet the members of the public.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members and members of the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gumede. Next, I've got Ms. Nomfundo Maseti. Ms. Maseti is the regulator member primarily responsible for piped gas at NERSA, the chairperson of the piped gas subcommittee and a member of the committees of NERSA. Ms. Maseti, if you could greet.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members, and good morning to the members of the public. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next, I've got Advocate Sitole. Advocate Sitole is the CEO of NERSA and the chairperson of the Regulator Executive Committee and a member of various committees of NERSA. Ms. Sitole, if you could greet.
Good morning, Chairperson and members and all members of the public who have joined us for this meeting this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one is Ms. Precious Sibia, who is the chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee and a member of other subcommittees of the Energy Regulator. Ms. Sibia?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone on the call. Good morning to the members of the public. Thank you.
Thank you. The next member is Mr. Spanda. Mr. Spanda is the chairperson of the IT Governance Committee and a member of various committees of the Energy Regulator. Mr. Spanda?
Good morning, Chair, colleagues and members of the public. Thank you.
Thank you. The next is Mr. Tembega Simane. Ms. Simane is the chairperson of the Finance Committee and a member of various committees of the Energy Regulator. Ms. Simane?
Morning, Chair, and morning, colleagues. Tembega here, Tembega Simane, so that people know it's not Siri speaking. We are all here. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Simane. And the last member that we have is Mr. Muzim Kiz. He's the regulator member primarily responsible for petroleum pipelines, the chairperson of the Petroleum Pipeline Subcommittee, and a member of various committees of the Energy Regulator. Mr. Mkize?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson, members of the public following us through the various platforms. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mkize. Members of the public, colleagues, we are going to start our meeting. We would like to thank you for your time and the fact that you follow our proceedings. I note that even in the matters that we are going to discuss, we have received letters from concerned customers and independent experts, and I want to assure you that those letters or communications that you have sent to us are being considered, and wherever applicable, we would have the regulator members primarily responsible for those areas dealing with your matters. Thank you for those inputs. I think those inputs can only make us what we always aim to be, a world-class recognized energy regulator. And in doing that, we will continue doing that within our mission of ensuring that we regulate within the legislation that govern us to ensure orderly and sustainable development of the industries we are tasked to regulate in this country. I am going to now go on to the next item. Item number 3 is the proposed agenda, and we have 15 items here for approval and 2 for noting. And before we adopt the agenda, I would like to check with the members if there are any changes they would like to make on the agenda. Members, please indicate by raising your hand. I've got Mr. Gumede.
Thank you, Chairperson. I want to request, Chair, that the matter item, which is supposed to be item 7.1, that matter be deferred to be considered under a closed meeting. The matter is not ripe yet, for the consideration and the decision. So we are actually just here to actually get a guidance from the regulator, and we think it's best that the matter be handled in a closed session first, and then when it's ripe for consideration, it will be brought back to the regulator for the decision. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gumede. Members, any objections to that, or may you indicate by raising your hands if you are all accepting the removal of or the movement of 7.1 to the closed session? I've got Ms. Maseti, Mr. Mane, Mr. Mkize, Mr. Gumede, Advocate Sitole, and Ms. Banda, and Ms. Bia. Thank you. Item 7.1 will then be moved on to the closed session. With that, colleagues, may I then check if your approval for that from item 5.1 right up to 7.12, with the exception of 7.1 that we are approving, that those should be on the agenda. Please raise your hands again, colleagues, to indicate your approval. But Ms. Maseti, Mr. Gumede, Simane, Mrs. Panda, Advocate Sitole, and Ms. Bia. Thank you. The agenda is approved as such. Item number 4. Item number 4 is the declaration of interest. There are forms that have been provided. Please complete the forms, members of the regulator and members of NESA, and the staff of NESA. Please also complete the forms. But may I check if any members would like to make a verbal declaration? There's none. Colleagues, I would like to make a declaration that on item 7.5 right up to 7.9, I will not be participating in those items. It is not because I have any pecuniary interest. It is only because those items deal with entities that are in the same space as I operate in, that is trading. And so I therefore would not like to put the energy regulator into any questionable position about my participation in the decision. I, however, want to state that by law, I could easily sit in these meetings because I do not have pecuniary interest to this, but I think pecuniary interest is something that can then be stretched into other areas, and I would not want the regulator to even get into that. During that period, Ms. Precious Sibia will chair the meeting and make the conclusion. I also have to declare that on item 7.11, the Lion Thorn registration, I have since had discussions with the owners of Lion Thorn on other matters, and for that one, I would declare that it may be considered that I have pecuniary interest. Thank you for that, colleagues. We are now going to move on to the next item on the agenda. Item number 5.1 or 5, which is a report from the chairperson of the Pipe Gas Subcommittee, Ms. Nomfundo Maseti. Ms. Maseti, please take us from 5.1 right up to 5.4. Thank you, Ms. Maseti.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the first report under the Piped Gas Subcommittee is the report or the application by SLG Pty Ltd for the maximum gas price. The period is July 2024 until June 2025. Chairperson, I will take the matter as having been read, but the application for the maximum price is in compliance with Section 2021(1)(p) of the Gas Act. And the methodology that has been used to calculate this price is the methodology that was approved by the Energy Regulator on 26 January 2023, and that methodology considers the cost of the gas as well as the profit component, and it provides the formula on how to calculate that profit component. And to the extent that the traders have some assets that they use to facilitate trading, there's trading costs that are also calculated therein, and it will vary because the trading cost considers the total investments and also the return, and that is in line with Regulation 4 sub 4 of the piped gas regulations. The application complied with the methodology, with the Gas Act, as well as the regulations. Now, on table 1, Chairperson, it is shown the cost of gas, how much SLG buys the gas for, or at the price at which it buys the gas, and then also the trading cost as well as the profit component. It has been calculated. And then, Chairperson, the maximum price therefore is 151.43 or 63 per gigajoule per annum. So that is the unit price of the gas. Chairperson, table 2 just deals with the summary then of the sources of gas, so that we can consider the average cost of gas. There are concerns from the traders that buy from more than one source, that the average price might not be sufficient, but this is how we are using it, Chairperson. So we will consider it to the extent that it has jeopardized the applicant, but we'll do that once some audit has been performed. We also, on table 4, Chairperson, then do some comparison in terms of the analysis, just to do to double check the figures that were submitted by the applicant, and you will see the differences between what NERSA calculated and what SLG has calculated. The difference is very small, is 0.24 in terms of the trading cost. Chairperson, without taking too long, the Pipe Gas Subcommittee was happy with the analysis that has been performed in terms of this. And now I'm taking the members to the recommendations on paragraph 14.1, which is to request the energy regulator to approve SLG's application for the maximum price of gas. The price is 151 cent or 51 rand 0.63 cents per gigajoule. And also, Chairperson, just to look at table 6, all of those components on table 6 must be approved, which is the trading cost as well as the profit component, which then make up that price that I've read out to the members. And the price excludes VAT, Chairperson, and the licensee is allowed to grant discounts, but those discounts must comply with the discriminatory provisions in section 22, and the date of this price is the date when the regulator has approved it. And this license is required to apply for the next price 4 months before the expiry. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Massetti. Ms. Massetti, I just need to recalibrate myself. I'm not sure if on the submission you were reading from, or you were guiding us from the update or the 5.1, because I had you say the recommendations on 14.1. So which document are we using? Ms. Massetti?
Sorry, Chairperson, I was muted. I'm saying, Chairperson, I think I opened the updated one. Unless...
If it's the updated one, then on your 2 pages of recommendations, yes.
Yes, the updated one is recommendations, paragraph 7.1, but the content, Chairperson, remains the same, and then there are deliberations on paragraph 6, the deliberations at the PGS, and I'm saying essentially the committee was happy with the calculations and pointed out just some few errors to be taken care of, and they were taken care of. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Massetti. Members, we have a submission in front of us and recommendations on 7.1. May I check if there are any questions, comments, or points to be enhanced in the submission? Please raise your hand to indicate that you have a question, comment, or enhancement. Mr. Smanda?
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to Ms. Mseti. Chair, I have a couple of points and questions, perhaps. The first one, and I'm going to go to the decision itself. That's on page 9 of 31. So that's the full decision. Decision number 2 talks about the quarterly adjustment of the maximum price. And if I'm not mistaken, or maybe let me ask it this way, if maybe I can get confirmation that the applicant is actually required in terms of the methodology to specify the criteria for price adjustment factors. And if that is the case, I think perhaps the decision then needs to be specific how the quarterly adjustment is going to be made. Yeah, if that is what the methodology specifies. And then the next issue for me, sorry, Chair. Yeah, I just needed clarity on page 19 of 31. And that is the paragraph D that talks about undue discounts that were sourced due to the price being higher than the price determined on a weighted average basis. I just couldn't get the gist of the issue there. Maybe just to be clarified. And then I guess the big one, Chair, is actually the maximum price that we are approving. So, and I based this on table 9 on page 30 of 31, which is the same as the one that Ms. Mseti referred to. I think it's on paragraph 7. But I wanted to look at the full table on page 30, page 9. So if I look at those calculations, and I stand to be corrected here, but my calculations actually give me a difference that is more than 10%. The 10% difference, the other one is an 11% difference. And like I said, I stand to be corrected, but I just on a back of the envelope calculation, I'm getting differences that are more than 10%. But be that as it may, I also have an issue with how the applicant calculated its cost of gas, because it took the cost, or rather, it took the higher cost of the two suppliers. And by accepting the maximum price, we're basically saying that it's correct to use that kind of calculation, whereas our methodology is specific in terms of how, if we've got more than one source of supply, we should take the average cost of those suppliers. But this particular applicant here has taken the higher cost of the two suppliers, and we're saying it's okay. By accepting the maximum price, we're saying that is fine. So I seem to be having challenges with that, and our reasoning is because the difference between our calculation and the applicant's calculation is less than 10%, so it's fine. And I'm saying at a principle level, I'm not sure whether we should be accepting that, because even though the difference is less than 10%, but how they arrived at the cost of gas is contrary to what the methodology says. I hope I'm clear on that one. But also the fact that my calculation says the difference is actually more than 10%. I think I've said a mouthful, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swander. Mr. Mkhize, next. Mr. Mkize, you may be muted. I think you are muted.
Oh, sorry, the chairperson. I was muted. I just want to say, if I look at 2.1.1, it says that the puts the maximum price there, and then that it's effective from July to 2024 to 30 September 2024. I think that in view of the quarterly adjustment, is either we can indicate what the next quarter is going to be, or we indicate what the escalation factor is with respect of being current, because we're talking of terms that have already gone by. I think, yeah, if you could just do that. I'm a member of the PGS. I'm supportive of the recommendation, with the understanding that there's also going to be further engagements to look into the issues of the elements that are in table 1, the cost of gas, trading cost, profit component, the point of view of ensuring that there is no double dipping in any of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mkize. Ms. Maseti, may I give back to you?
Thank you,
the
Chair.
4 points to be clarified from Mr. Sibanda and the enhancement from Mr. Mkize.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the colleagues. Chairperson, I will also just invite the team from GAS to assist. Starting off with the quarterly adjustments. The adjustments are supposed to be done based on the cost, but I think it's important that they weigh in on this one with regards to how the adjustment would look like, or the months of the adjustment, as we have done with the previous ones. If Ms. Makota, you can come in on this one.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, members. Chair, when SLG applied for the maximum price, they asked that their price be adjusted be adjusted in line with the contract that they have with the supplier. Now, in terms of the supplier's contract, that maximum price is adjusted on a quarterly basis. Hence, when they applied, they used July to September as a base price, and that would then be adjusted quarterly up until June 2025. I do take note what the members are saying, that perhaps we should specify the elements of adjustment. But what we're trying to avoid is to reveal the contracts information that is there. But perhaps we can specify generally the elements and just make sure that we block out the specific confidential information. Thank you, Chair.
Please proceed, Ms. Makota, just to give an indication for the next quarter, because that's what the members would like to understand. In the very first quarter, how much the customers must expect. And if you can do that, and then you can indicate without revealing the cost of gas, obviously, for the decision, please.
Yes. Chair, in terms of the next quarter, the maximum price is supposed to be adjusted by the price that is up to December 2024. At this stage, we do not have that information because it is adjusted with a quarter lag. And it is for this reason that we are not able to calculate what would be the maximum price because of that quarter lag information. But we can reveal at this stage that the maximum price it is adjusted based on the PPI and some oil prices as per the contract with the supplier.
Okay, proceed, please, with the other questions. Page 19, the unviewed discuss.
Yes, yeah. Under page 19, what the applicant has applied for is a maximum price that will be applicable for end user customers and the maximum price that will be applicable to reseller. The reason why they applied as such is because the methodology allows that when NERSA was drafting the methodology, the the customers or stakeholders requested NERSA to at least give a minimum of 5% discounts to traders and resellers. And the way that 5% is calculated is that we take it from the profit margin that is applicable. You will note here that in terms of the documents that are before the board, the profit margin for end user customers is around 31%, and then the profit margin for resellers it is around 26%. That is after taking into account the 5% discount, and this discount is applicable generally to all the traders or the resellers of gas, and it is applicable as per the methodology. I think I will end the chairperson regarding the question number 2. Then going to table 9, page 30 or page 31, Mr. Sibanda indicated that he is getting a
check?
Yes.
Ms. Makota, please, 1 second. Mr. Sibanda, can I just check that the first question you are satisfied with the response, and the second question before we get to table 9?
Yes, Chair, I'm covered. Thank you.
Ms. Makota, I am going to propose that you don't even try to offer a response to table 9. Maybe you can go to the next one, because there is no response to be offered there, unless you have one. Please go ahead, Ms. Makota.
Chair, I will take your advice on that one, and I will then move on to question number 4. Mr. Sibanda indicated that how the applicant arrived at the cost of gas is unacceptable because it's not in line with the prescribed methodology. It is correct that the method that they've used in determining the cost of gas is not in line with the methodology. And we did provide advice to the applicant to say the methodology requires that we use the weighted average instead of using the highest cost of gas. But the applicant was of the view that they want to proceed with the manner in which they have applied for or calculated the cost of gas. Chair, what we note is that in terms of the Gas Act, NERSA is required to approve the maximum price, and to implement that, or to try to comply with that requirement of Section 21(1)(p), NERSA allows the applicant to apply for a maximum price, and we then use a difference of plus or minus 10%. And this is a principle that NERSA has been implementing consistently to say if the calculations is within that range of 10%, NERSA then accepts it based on the mandate that is provided by Section 21(1)(p), which is to approve the maximum price and not necessarily set the actual price of gas. And it is for those reasons that we are saying, yes, the calculations are within the minimum range that is acceptable by NERSA, and therefore we are recommending that NERSA approves this calculation. It is an issue that we need to monitor it and to make sure that we deal with it so that in the next application, the issue doesn't arise again.
If I may just weigh in here, Chairperson.
Yes, Ms. Massetti, but safe to say that what the explanation that Ms. Makota is giving is not correct. For starters, that difference is not within 10%. And secondly, it has not followed the methodology, which is what the question that Mr. Sibanda had asked. But please assist Ms. Massetti.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the deviation from the methodology here, if you look at it from the reasonableness point of view, is that the argument made by the applicant is that they source the gas from different suppliers. Now, if you do the weighted average, which is something that we need to perhaps look at carefully as NERSA in the when we now refine or review the methodology in the second round. So we need to look at it carefully as to how it will prejudice other traders of gas that are sourcing the gas from different suppliers. So if one supplier is charging you a lower price and the other is charging you a higher price, is whether the weighted average will make up for that shortfall, for that difference. And this particular licensee was concerned about that, to say, if you take the weighted average will not allow me to recover the full cost. And by not allowing me to recover the full cost, I will have a shortfall from my side. And therefore, I am rather using this price so that I am not prejudiced. And secondly, Chairperson, the methodology itself, it does allow for, I think there's issues of clawback that are allowed to the methodology, in the methodology, to the extent that there is undue over recovery at the end of the period. So that will give us an opportunity to then claw back the over recovery on this. So the only reason there's the difference that is at 10% or slightly above 10% is because of the fact that the licensee here says, I have to use this price so that I am not prejudiced. But also there is a clawback mechanism that can look into that variance and if there is undue over recovery. So I would like to respond on that in that manner, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Massetti. Mr. Spanda, may I just check with you and also with the rest of the members? Are you covered?
Not entirely, Chair, and I do take the point that there could be justification why the applicant chose to use the higher cost of gas. But we have a methodology that stipulates one thing, and if there is prejudice, surely I suppose that's something that needs to be addressed in future. But as of now, why can't we apply the methodology as is? And there's no indication actually what the prejudice would have been or what the shortfall would have been. Perhaps if maybe that could have been worked out. But I do understand the justification and all of that from the applicant's side. But I'm saying from our side, are we not compelled to, or shouldn't we be sticking, with our methodology? But yeah, I'm not entirely convinced, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Swan. Ms. Massetti, there's a small challenge here, and I think it emanates from what we have discussed in the other, in our subcommittee, because really, when you find inconsistencies in the first page, you don't go through the rest of that because it's already inconsistent. And my challenge in this particular one is that when you look at the difference is 11%. It's not 9.9%. And that concealing what the difference is also, for me, something I find unacceptable for us to approve as a regulator. The second part is, yes, if it was within the 10%, yes, we would apply the clawback. But right now, it is not within the 10%, and we're even concealing it by making it 9.99. And that, for me, is really a part that I don't think as a regulator we should be operating in that manner. A number is a number. It doesn't get changed just to suit what we want to put forward.
Yes, Chairperson. Chairperson, may I then save the regulator's time on this? That then this submission be taken back to reflect the exact number in terms of the difference, and to also show the shortfall. Should the weighted average price be used, so that the members have that information before they take a decision. I think those are the two things, Chairperson, that can be looked at. But it also, just in terms of the methodology itself, Ms. Sibanda, if this was raised already during the public consultation, there is already a deviation that the licensee has indicated its reasons during the public consultation. So there is room to deviate from the methodology. And if there were no objections at that stage, I think INERSA can be able to then proceed. Otherwise, methodology is a guide, is not a set, rules or cast in stone rules, but deviation is allowed. And if there's, during the consultation, there was no objections for this licensee, then that should be fine. Thank you, Chairperson. So, Chairperson, I would request that this matter be withdrawn. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maseti. The matter is withdrawn.
Right.
Thank you,
Chair.
I've got a hand from Faye.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just would like a confirmation so that we don't run into governance hiccups in terms of the statutory turnaround for a decision. If we can have that confirmation on record, please, Chair.
Confirmation of?
The statutory turnaround from the governance perspective in terms of the withdrawal and when it's coming, particularly when it's coming back to the energy regulator.
Ms. Maseta, are you able to assist?
Chairperson, we would like to request that the energy regulator allows us to this matter to be approved by way of a round robin. It has taken too long, Chairperson, and we really request that on those two things that need to be reflected, if the energy regulator can consider a round robin, that will be fine. We'll send it through a round robin.
Members of the regulator, are you happy with the round robin decision? Please indicate by
Supported
raising
from my
your hand.
side.
Thank you.
Okay.
I've got 5 other members that must say. I've got Mr. Sibanda, Mr. Bia, Advocate Tole, Mr. Mkiza, and Mr. Kumeda. Thank you. Then we'll have this matter withdrawn and it will be approved by round robin. Thank you. Thank you, Faye, for your input. Ms. Maseti, can we then move on to 5.2?
Thank you, Chairperson. 5.2, Chairperson, is the sister company of the one that we have just considered. And the name of this one is SLCNG. It is applying for a maximum price of gas for its compressed natural gas activities. Chairperson, the period again here is the same. Is July 2024 until June 2025. And the table, table 1 shows the elements that make up for the price that is requested. I think the maximum price should not be concealed there. It is 305.80 per gigajoule, Chairperson. That is the maximum price. All of the other elements will be concealed, which is the cost of gas, as you can see there, trading cost and profit component are concealed. Chairperson, the piped gas has considered this submission, and there were certain corrections that were made, particularly on the table that deals with trading cost, that is table 3, and those issues that were raised by the pipe gas subcommittee were corrected. And again here, Chairperson, the recommendations are that the the energy regulator is requested to approve the maximum price of 305.80 cents per gigajoule for the period July 2024. Then table 5 of the decision is the one that deals with the elements that make up the price. They're not supposed to be in red there. They're supposed to be black in color, and that maximum price is not supposed to be concealed. It is 305.80 cents per gigajoule, and that is the price, Chairperson, that is applicable up until 2025. You will see that there is a quarterly adjustments there up until June 2025, and it is in line with the supplier's contract and the period October up to December 2024. The price excludes VAT, and discounts are allowed as prescribed in Section 22 of the Gas Act. The decision of the energy regulator that is made, or the date of this decision, will be the effective date of the maximum price, and that this license is required to apply at least 4 months before the expiry of the approved price. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Maseti. Members, we have a submission in front of us, and the recommendations are on. Apologies, I'm just trying to get to them. But we'll get to where the recommendations are. Are there any questions, comments, points of enhancements? There's none. So, Ms. Maseti, may you assist? Okay, I'm back to that table.
It is on page 7 of 25, Chairperson, is paragraph 7. I've read them out, Chair.
Thank you very much. Members, may you indicate by raising your hand if you're in support of Mr. Mkhize. Sorry, didn't see your hand, Mr. Mkhize.
No, I was saying that my case remains the same like the first one. And also I am not in support of just saying 4 months. It should be at least 4 months. Just that change. That's all from my side. I support.
Mr. Mkhize, help me to go straight to the part where we must add at least 4 months on the decision. Mr. Mkhize?
Chairperson, it will be page 7, paragraph 7.1.6, just on the covering submission.
So we add for the next. How do we change that, Ms. Maseti again? The licensee is required to apply. Yeah.
That the licensee is required to apply for the next maximum price at least 4 months before the expiry of the current.
Thank you. Thank you. With those then colleagues, with that correction, and that has been read out by Ms. Maseti, please indicate by raising your hand if you are in support of approving the maximum price for SL CNG. I've got Mr. Mkhize, Ms. Semane, Mr. Gumede, Ms. Maseti, Ms. Sibia, Mr. Spanda, and Advocate Sitole. Faye, the record, this has been approved by all of the members. Thank you. Ms. Maseti, you can take us to 5.3.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, this report, again, it comes from the Piped Gas Subcommittee, and this one is the application for a maximum price of gas by Egoli Gas Pty Ltd. The period for this maximum price is March 2024 to 28 February 2025. Chairperson, if you look at the date there, it looks pretty close, but because it's important for compliance purposes that we do consider these applications, and some of the licensees, they are still struggling to put together information, but it is still very important that we do have these prices considered by the regulator, even if the period seems to be a bit short. for compliance purposes. Now, Chairperson, Table 1, it shows how the price that Egoli Gas has applied for, how that price came about, the cost of gas, as well as the trading cost, as well as the profit component. You will note there that the trading cost is a bit low because it trades over mainly the distribution pipelines and transmission pipelines to take to its customers, and therefore the tariffs they are a bit low, and also just the amount that is charged by the owners of that of the network. Chairperson, in terms of the summary of this application, I've already indicated the components of the price. Then Table 3 deals with the trading cost, how they were calculated, meaning all of the investments that have been made. That gives us the difference that we see on page 4. And then we do there are explanations on the assessment itself and all of the differences on the maximum price. The difference on the maximum price are shown on Table 4 on page 4, Chairperson, and you will see that the differences are mainly on the profit component that is supposed to be calculated in line with the methodology. And the difference, again, there on the profit component is less than 10%. Chairperson, what is now the pipe gas has identified some errors, and those errors have been attended to. And in terms of the decision that is sought, the energy regulator is requested to approve the Egoli Gas's application for a maximum gas price of 136 rands 72 cents per gigajoule for the period starting March 2024 until 28 February 2025. The table that is shown there, Table 5, entails the components of the maximum price, and also just to note that this maximum price excludes VAT, and that this is the maximum price for 1 year, and it will not be adjusted. As you can see, the period that is pretty close for the validity of this price, and that discounts are allowed in terms of Section 22. And that the effective date is the date at which the energy regulator has made this decision. Lastly, that the licensee is required to apply for the next maximum price at least 4 months before the expiry of the currently approved maximum price. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maseti. Colleagues, members of the energy regulator, we have a submission in front of us. If there are any questions, comments, and enhancements. I do not see any hands. Oh, I've got Mr. Gumede.
Chairperson, I'm a member of the PGS. I just had a comment, Chair, rather maybe just to highlight an issue that when we divide all of these numbers with the exchange rate and compare prices that are CNG related to prices that are based on the pipeline, I guess on gas that is sourced differently, I'd have to assume that it's largely gas that is sourced from Mozambique, and maybe even some of the local gas. Is that I think it's important that as the members of the ER, we note the difference. For instance, the price that we are considering at the moment when looking at the Egoli gas, that amounts to an order of 7.6, around about $7.6 per gigajoule, if I'm giving it in dollar terms. But if we look at the price that we've just looked at before, that price is close to $17 per gigajoule. I just thought it's important that I don't know what kind of, because if we are going to be looking at this cliff that is predicted, I think it's important that we note those differences and the possible migration of the price if that cliff is realized in a year or two. Thanks, Chase. It's just a comment. It's not necessarily, I do support the actual recommendation that is put forward. Thanks.
Chairperson,
Chair,
you are
might be on
muted.
mute.
Apologies, colleagues. I am saying thank you, Mr. Gumede, for the comment, and if the colleagues could note that, and as we do the reports that we compile and looking at the gas cliff, can we show the impact of the forex in the pricing? Thank you, Mr. Spand.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, mine is on the profit margin, and perhaps it's also another issue of a deviation from the methodology. But I guess Ms. Massetti can confirm. So I noted with the others that the profit margin was around a particular percentage, I think it was around 31%. But Equalis one is 36 point something, 36.2 or 36.3. And the reason for that is given on paragraph 4.12 that the methodology requires that the EBITDA be calculated using 5 companies, and this applicant used 3. And so, yeah, I'm always struggling with these issues, Chair, where the methodology says one thing and applicants do the other, and we seem to be fine with that. But at this profit margin, I'm not sure whether we should be, we shouldn't be, at least from my side, I think it's a concern, unless, of course, there's reasons for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Spanda. Ms. Massetti.
Chairperson, thank you very much. The licensee, this matter was brought to the attention of the licensee. And the licensee insisted on the deviation given the companies that we mentioned in the methodology as the companies that must be used as the proxy for competitive, as a competitive benchmark on the profits that, or the competitive profits that must be recovered or earned by the licensees. However, this licensee indicated that one of the companies, UGI, does not comply with the set criteria contained in the methodology, and that only 3 companies represent operations that are similar to Egoli Gas. So that was the argument that was made by Egoli Gas by deviating from this. Chairperson, we then proceeded on that basis. Although we did not concur with, and we've stated it with Egoli Gas's reasoning, and also that I think NERSA also is of the view that the benchmark that will be used for calculating mass market price is made up of the average EBITDA. So that is the reason why we could not agree with Egoli Gas. So the issue of that profit component, Chairperson, we are going to flag here that it will be subjected to a clawback so that we do not allow Egoli Gas to unduly over-recover on the profit component by deviating. Otherwise, with regards to the differences between NERSA calculated and Egoli Gas's, the difference is no more than 10%, and it is on that basis then that we said NERSA must approve, however, with the proviso that we will not allow the over-recovery, and it will be subjected to clawback. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Massetti. Mr. Spand, you covered. I know that it's not in the decision, but it's a part of the methodology and the decision that clawback would be considered. Are you covered, Mr. Spand?
Yeah, no, I'm covered, Chair. I think we should just be wary of licensees trying to game the system, and I'm not saying this is what's happening here, but yeah, I'm covered, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks. Colleagues, we are going to go to the recommendation, but I do want to say this again, and I think that I'm going to now request the energy regulator to assist me in this. When we have tables, let me take you to the table I want to refer to. I think, page 16 of 25. When we put numbers on any table, as a regulator, for us to be credible, those numbers must just be those numbers, and they must show what is there. It doesn't matter if the difference is 1% or that, but what matters is that it is incorrect that we are putting it on this. And colleagues, I don't know what else to do. These submissions were returned. All that was required was that these submissions must be done properly, accurately, and in the way that we're required to be as a regulator. If we want to be a world-class regulator, we can't be having errors on tables. I don't know how many times this must be done, and I do want a resolution from the energy regulator today on what must we do. If we have a submission that is an error, I want us to resolve that that submission goes back. We are not here to check errors. We are here to approve things that are corrected, that are calculated properly. It is really frustrating for me, colleagues, to have this. But I do want to put it to you that I have a proposal that going forward, we are not, as the regulator, going to be sitting here looking at errors that are made that should not be made. So when we are finish approving this, colleagues, I do want us to make a resolution on what we are going to do with this. Mr. Mane had indicated in the other one, and yes, we had taken them back, but there's got to be something. There's got to be something that that can be done, Ms. Masetti and Ms. Advocate Sitole. In this, we can't be looking at these mistakes. I've got Mr. Mkhize and Mr. Kumede.
Thanks, Chairperson. All I just want to echo is that maybe let's deal with that as a governance matter as a first item thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. I know that, yes, we are protecting the image of the regulator, but yeah, it's frustrating us in public meetings. Mr. Kumet?
Chairperson, taking into account the recommendation by Mr. Mkhize, can I then also maybe make my comments in that closed meeting? Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Trey, please note it. So when we close the meeting, we're going to talk about the recommendation from Mr. Mkhize and the recommendation that I would like to make. Colleagues, may I take you to 7.1 on page 6 of 26, the recommendations. Please indicate by raising your hands if you are in support of approving the Egoli gas application as read out by Ms. Masetti. Thank you.
To add, Chairperson, the issue of the clawback on the profit component. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I've got Ms. Semane, Mr. Kumede, Mr. Spanda, Mr. B, Ms. Masetti, and Advocate Sitole. Yes, decision has been supported. Thank you. Ms. Masetti, I think we are at the end of the last one.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the last one is the application that was brought to us by VGN, being Virtual Gas Network Pty Ltd. The price application period is May 2024 up until 30 April 2025. Chairperson, what is requested here on the price itself at the maximum is 308.81 per gigajoule, 308.81 cents per gigajoule, and the cost of gas is indicated and is confidential And you can see there again on the issue of the trading cost, and that tells you these are the assets for the compressed natural gas, and there's lots of investment, particularly by this company, and also changing the technology that they use to transport gas to their customers. So that's why you see that the assets that recorded therein are much higher than the other ones that we were dealing with, because this one is a compressed natural gas, and they own a number of assets. And then you will see also the value of the profit component. Chairperson, the pipe gas subcommittee considered the trading cost calculation. And yes, there were some few errors that were identified, but the committee was happy with the calculations after those errors have been rectified. Chairperson, I would like now to take you to the recommendations or to the decision that is sought by the subcommittee, is to request the energy regulator to approve virtual gas networks application for the maximum price of 308.81 cents per gigajoule, and also to approve that this is a price that is applicable for 1 year ending April 2024, and it will not be adjusted. The price excludes VAT. Discounts are allowed in line with Section 22 of the Gas Act, and that the date of effectiveness of this price is the date at which the energy regulator has approved, and that the licensee is required to apply for the next maximum gas price at least 4 months before the expiry of the currently approved price. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Massetti. Members, there's a submission in front of us. Any questions, comments? I don't see any hands, and before we approve, can I just be? Can we just go to table 3? Can somebody explain to me how do we calculate that percentage difference? Maybe so what's the formula for us calculating the percentage difference?
Please respond to
Massetti,
the
yeah?
Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm asking the team here because they are here, Chairperson. At the end of the day, they'll be taking credit when they get this from performance assessment, but they don't defend these things. Can I get someone to assist here? And I will then default to the HOD if the EM is not able to assist. Ms. Makot, the time of the energy regulator, please.
Chairperson, we normally have an Excel spreadsheet that we use for everyone, and we verify with the calculator. That's how we use it. But
what is the formula, Ms. Makot? What is the formula? You divide what by formula. What?
Mr. Njesula, please, can you quickly come in?
Thanks, Shay. So it's the quotient of the two. So you divide the NERSA number 126 by the VGN number. So that's why there's a negative there in front. And then obviously you subtract 1, you times by 100. That is the formula. Thanks.
You get the same answer as you have there, Mr. Jesu, in all of those things.
Not with the numbers there, Chair. With the calculator, you get 6.4 percent. It's just that now it's the rounding off
please don't come out with that thing of rounding up. I find that very insulting when you start saying that it's a rounding off. You put in numbers there Anyone who gets this does not have the value of does not have your spreadsheet. So the numbers that get in here are the numbers that the person is going to look at, and those are the numbers that must be correct. This other excuse of the rounding off, please do not use it. Do not insult me with calculations. I saw your hand, Mr. Sibir.
Sorry, Chair, it was a mistake. Sorry, it was a mistake, Chair.
Okay. Colleagues, can we then go back to 6.1? 7.1, sorry, colleagues. Yeah. May I please indicate by raising your hands if you are in support of the recommendations in 7.1 as read out by Ms. Maseti. I've got Mr. Gumede, Mr. Mkize, Ms. Maseti, Mr. Spanda, Advocate Tolle, and Ms. Bia. Thank you. The submission is approved. Ms. Maseti, we're at the end of the report from the Pipe Gas Subcommittee, and I think we have the minutes, 5.5. If you could take us through that item. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I've got two sets of minutes. One is the minutes of the meeting held on 8 August 2024, and the next one is for the meeting that was held on the 5th of September 2024. Chairperson, I have nothing to emphasize on these minutes. Some of the matters are the ones that have been considered today. Chairperson, I will take any questions for clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maseti. Members, any questions for clarity on the pipe gas matters? Minutes of the 8th of August and the ones of the 5th of September. Faye?
Chairperson, my apologies. The agenda was not updated there. Those minutes were not received for inclusion.
Can we also put this in that part where we are going to discuss outside of in the closed session?
Okay, that's fine. That's fine,
Ms.
Chairperson.
Maseti, if you have them, I don't know.
That's fine, Chairperson.
The other members may not have them, but if those we have, but can I request that we postpone the noting of these minutes to the next meeting, and we can discuss that in the part where we are going to discuss the other submissions, as was suggested by Mr. Mkize. Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, we are then going to move on to the next item. Thank you, Ms. Maseti, for your report, and apologies for the harsh words that have been expressed in this, but it is out of my frustration in having to do the same thing over and over again. And thank you, Ms. Maseti, for your patience with me. We are going to move on to the next item. This is now the report of the Petroleum Pipelines Subcommittee. Mr. Mkize, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. From my side, it's only the presentation of the minutes of meeting number 187 of the 4th of September 2024, which is the minutes of the Petroleum Pipelines Subcommittee, which was held eventually via Microsoft Teams. Got no issues to highlight as such, but stand ready to respond to any questions and accept any comments or entertain any comments, if any, from the members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mkize. Members, any questions, comments on the minutes? Please raise your hand. I don't see any, Mr. Mkize. Mr. Mkize, please assist on 7.14 of the minutes, I think page 5 of 11. We talk about that there's no threat in the inland security supply solely based on projected volumes. And I just wanted to understand how we would get to that if we even have a threat of product shortages in the coastal areas like your Western Cape. I mean, what was the basis of that, if you could just explain? And I think we, on C, on 7.2, we're saying that Transnet didn't justify the projections and they were low. And I don't have the benefit of looking at they were low compared to what. If you could just assist with that one, Mr. Mkiza. Thank you very much.
Chairperson, if you can just give me the first one, please.
It's 7.1.4. We talk about the absence of threats to inland security of supply solely based on projected volumes. And I'm saying that I don't have that benefit. I kind of wanted to understand how do we say there's no threat if even in the coastal areas there is a threat, unless I don't understand what has been said here. Just for clarity, Mr. Mkiza.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think on the first one, which is 7.1.4, was that because I'll start off by saying in the beginning, when this activity or task was looked at, was just to ensure that there is adequate supply of product in the inland region, which consumes about 62 plus percent of the fuel demand in the country. And it's from that perspective then that this was this task was initiated, and this conclusion mainly confirms that there are no threats to that supply. So in other words, there's a security of supply if one looks at just the projected volumes, and not necessarily if there can be any other event that is unforeseen at the time of writing of the report. This just seeks to emphasize that.
Okay. No, thank you.
And then on the second one, which yeah, there was an issue that was raised. You said it's 7.2. Oh, I think maybe in future we'll just from a point of view of clarifying the issues raised. I think it's going to be important maybe to say when we say lower, we put the base against which we're comparing. There were figures that were provided, and then there was in that report, if I recall, you can just help me, Dr. Klolo, or anyone if you're here. But in those figures, there was no detailed justification that was provided, but it was lower than what had been observed by NERSA. That talks to the volumes moving from coastal to inland. Yeah, I will leave it at that. I don't know if then any other further detail, EM and the team, if you do have.
Maybe, Mr. Mkiza, it would not be appropriate, but I think for me, when I said they were low, I mean, once the volumes are low that go through the pipeline, the next thing that we are going to have is we are going to have a higher increase which contributes to the petrol pricing. And so I'm asking in the sense that if they are low, is there anything that we are going to be doing to get, I mean, is there anything that can be done to ensure that Transnet revises their projections and do what they're supposed to do to increase those volumes so as not to affect the petrol price with increases because of lower volumes? It's in that sense, but I don't have the figures and the numbers, so I can't assess whether my question is going to help or not.
No, yes, you are right that they are low, but not threatening in the sense that it's going to be a significant increase. But we have already requested of Transnet to embark on initiatives that seek to improve the volumes through the pipeline, because the inverse relationship between the volumes and the tariff requires that we at all times endeavor to have more volumes being pumped through the pipeline. So it's from that perspective, but we have since required of them to do that and provide initiatives. Part of what we were talking about, the project was initiated for, was also to say there's no threat in terms of infrastructure to take product from coastal to inland. What is now a threat is increases in the tariffs that then make this pipeline to be competitive, to be less competitive against other modes of transport, as well as also other ports of entry that could in some way cannibalize the pipeline. So those are some of the things that we're not only dealing with Transnet, but as well as the policymaker being the department to look at that in terms of how the product flows into the country, so that they can, but all of those are actually aimed at optimizing the flow through the pipeline.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. I much appreciated, and I think what I would request from you is just for my further reading that submission, so that I can have the appropriate understanding of what we have. Colleagues, if there are no further questions, we will allow Mr. Mkhize to step off the floor, and then we are going to go into the next one. No further questions, colleagues. I don't see any hands. Thank you. Then in that case, thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Thank you for your contribution. And I will discuss with you.
Can it be noted, Chairperson?
The noting decision.
Oh, please, colleagues, may you please indicate by raising their hands. I've got Maseti, Mr. Mkhize, Advocate Sitole, Mr. Banda, Mr. Gumede, Simane. The minutes are noted, and Ms. Sibia. Thank you. We are going to go on to the next item, colleagues, and this is now the report from the chairperson of the Electricity Subcommittee, Mr. Nhlanhla Gumede. Mr. Nhlanhla Gumede, you have the floor. I think you start us from 7.2.
Thank you, Chairperson. And Chair, to start with is, I just to acknowledge the issues that there may well be errors here, and I know how it's like when one has raised a comment about a particular correction repeatedly and it doesn't seem to be corrected. And I'd like to apologize upfront, because I have noted a number of corrections myself that I will make some of them as I speak. And say I'm not doing that to take the accountability where it belongs to people that are drafting these things, but to indicate that at least when the regulator makes a decision, it makes a decision. At least I'll attempt to do that. It makes a decision based on the correct information. So with that, Chair, I'm just going to firstly discuss item 7.2, which is a report from the chairperson of the Electricity Subcommittee to the regulator. The purpose of this particular submission is to request the energy regulator to approve the issuance of a license to operate a series solar power plant generation facility. Issue that license to Eskom Holdings Stock Limited. Secondly, to approve that license, to approve that it is included, that the license, or that the right to operate the city power plant is included in Schedule 1 of the Eskom generation license, not on license condition in terms of Eskom generation license, and which is here is also attached here. Thirdly, to approve that the draft decision and the reasons for decision document also be approved. This is also attached as Appendix A. Chair, that's what this application is about, or this report is about. By way of background, on the 1st of October 2024, the ELS considered the Eskom Holdings Stock Limited's application for the license to operate a generation license for series solar PV power plant, and it then recommended, the ELS recommended that this be approved. Chair, I won't go through most of what is included in the two-pager. I take that as read, but just to indicate that on the 10th of November 2022, NERSA received a draft Section 34 determination from the Minister requesting concurrence with Section 34 determinations for procurement of 344.5 megawatts of power to assist with load shedding reduction program. On the 25th of April 2023, the Energy Regulator concurred with the Minister that that 75 megawatts of power be procured, 75 megawatts of new generation capacity be procured from solar PV at the and 19.5 megawatts of power of solar PV be procured at Siri Wind Farm in the Western Cape province. In line with Section 4 of the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act, read in conjunction with Section 10 of NERA, NERSA published notices for public hearing on the applications, inviting stakeholders to comment and to attend a public hearing, which was to be held on the 12th of September 2024. The notices were published in the business day, held on the 2nd of August, and commenting period closed on the 2nd of September 2024. The application was analyzed and was found to be compliant with the licensing requirements as per the provisions of the Electricity Regulation Act of 2006. No objections were received from applicants. When the application was advertised, nor when NERSA placed an advert for the public hearing. Chair, at the meeting of the electricity subcommittee, the members raised a number of enhancements and questions, and these are captured in table 2. Just to indicate that the first one was this correction that NERSA doesn't have the powers to issue a generation license, but to issue a license to operate a generation facility. That has been since rectified. Secondly, there was a request from the members that the license be attached so that members can acquaint themselves on what the license conditions of the ESCOM license were, and this has been attached as Annexure B. There was also a question that was asked around the capacities that were reflected in one of the attachments that was made, and there is an annexure, and there is an extract in terms of Annexure A that actually gives the updated numbers in terms of the plant's capacities. However, I must indicate up front, Chairperson, that there is an application by ESCOM in this regard to actually have a number of those plants' capacities to be reviewed, and that application will still need to serve before NERSA, and therefore the numbers that you will see in that table might not necessarily reflect the exact numbers. And the reason for that is that there has been a discussion between the team and ESCOM in terms of how ESCOM wants to actually reflect the capacities versus what perhaps could be deemed to be the actual operating capacities of those of the existing plants. So, Chair, I would just beg members to at this stage to just use the numbers as provided, but with that proviso that the revised numbers are still going to come and serve before ER. With that, Chair, the committee is here to we are here to recommend to the Energy Regulator to approve the issuance of a license to ESCOM Holdings SOC Limited to operate Siri Solar Plant PV power plant generation facility. And secondly, to approve the inclusion of the Siri solar PV power plant in Schedule 1 of the Eskom generation license, attached here to as Annexure A, and then to also approve the draft decision and the reasons decision document, which is also attached here to as an Appendix A. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gumede, for the comprehensive detail on this one and for noting some of those errors. So I will not hop onto that right now. Members, we have a submission in front of us. Any questions, comments, enhancements? Mr. Spand?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to Mr. Gumede. Chair, the comment around the capacities, I'm not sure whether it relates to these applications or the existing plans. But I'll ask my question in any case. So I just have one question and maybe one comment. The question really is why the installed capacity is different to what is reflected in Annexure A or to what is being applied for. So if you look at table 2 on page 14 of 27, that installed capacity is different to what is being applied for and what is reflected in Annexure A for Siri. Yeah, I'm not sure why. But secondly, the comment that I had is on paragraph 42 on the same page, page 14, where we say the capacity factor is 23.89 and that it is within the capacity factor range of 25 to 40. Clearly, that's not within the range. Perhaps it's a framing issue. Maybe we could say it's close to the range or it's on the margin or something to that effect, but it's probably not within that range. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Spanda. Mr. Gumede?
Chairperson, on the first one, I think I'll ask the colleagues to assist. But I think, as Mr. Spanda prefaced the question this way, that he wasn't sure whether the comment on the comment in the submission on the on capacity refers to these ones or the general. In fact, it's a comment on the overall Eskom plans. But I'll ask in this particular one, I'll request the team to assist me in terms of why the installed capacity is different from what is being the decision that is sought. However, on the second issue, I think also it's one of those errors. I think that it's not something that I would even want to actually venture as to try to justify. It's incorrect, and it should just not be like that. We should, and also I think for me, I think it's unfair to just compare when we're talking. I guess in terms of PV projects, I mean, that clearly depends in terms of location. There are some areas in South Africa that are better than others. But yeah, but it's one of those corrections, Chair, that I would not even want to actually try to justify. If we must put it there, at least it must be something that is based on actual numbers. I'm not sure where that 25 to 40 comes from. But I'll ask can I request... I'm not sure whether I'll ask directly Mr. Hore to assist me in terms of responding directly to the first question that was asked. Or Mr. Mkiza Jr., perhaps you'd be able to assist. Thanks. With your permission, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Gumede. Mr. Mkiza?
No, thank you, Chairperson. Through you, Chairperson, can I ask that Mr. Hore responds on this one? Thank you.
Mr. Hore, through me, you can ask another person to respond.
Thank you, Chair. I think the initiators, Ms. Kotatso, I think is here. Maybe you can just comment on table 2. Thank you.
Ms. Kotatse, you don't have another person to ask. Please respond.
Good morning, Chairperson. Thank you. Unfortunately, I'm the initiator of this, so I don't have any other person to respond to. Firstly, I'd like to greet the members and all the colleagues and the public. With this application, Chair, is ESCOM indicated that the limit that was granted by the EIA of this facility is 19.5 megawatts. But however, the current internal feasibility studies indicates that 16 megawatts based on the EIA approval on the land, which is restricted at 20 hectares. So they also advise that the plant capacity is to be firmed up once the EPC contractor is being appointed and detailed design of the plant is performed. So they also advise that this will be further confirmed by the commissioning and testing process. Thank you, Chair. I hope I answered correctly.
Thank you, Ms. So, Mr. Smanda, are you covered in with the response that shows the differences? Mr. Spand?
I'm sorry,
Mr.
Chair.
Spanda, you may be muted.
Yeah, Chair. I'm covered, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. So, but colleagues, what we are going to be doing in this, I mean, the safer route is the one that's going to use the higher capacity that we are going to approve, and whatever else comes out of the EPC and bigger panels and whatever around the EIA, we will not be required to just revise for the sake of revising. Will that be aligned, Mr. Gumede?
Chairperson, I think so. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Colleagues, Mr. Gumede read us the recommendations, and if we want to reread them, they are on page. Sorry, I'm just trying. I think
page
the recommendation
427.
page 6.1. Please indicate by raising your hands if you are approving those recommendations with the corrections that he had made. Got Ms. Massetti, Mr. Kumete, Ms. Simane, Advocate Sitole, Mr. Spanda, and Ms. Sibia, and Mr. Mkiza. Thank you. The submission on Sere PV plant is approved. Mr. Kumete, you can take us to the next one.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank the members for accommodating even those slight errors that we had. We will improve. Chair, this particular one is also an application by ESCOM Holdings SOC Limited for the license to operate now the Letabo Solar PV to operate Letabo Solar PV power generation facility. The committee has recommended that the energy regulator that it approves the issuance of a license to operate the Letabo Solar PV power plant generation facility, issue that license to ESCOM Holdings SOC Limited. Number 2, to approve the inclusion of Letabo Solar PV power plant in the in Schedule 1 of ESCOM generation license, and to also approve the draft decision and the reasons decision document, which is attached here to as Appendix A. Chair, this is very similar. It was also dealt with by the ELS on the 1st of October 2024. The ELS recommended that ESCOM Holdings SOC Limited be granted a license to operate the generation facility for the Letabo Solar PV power generation plant. And so it actually recommended that be done. Chair, I also will not go through the details. I think I may have indicated also in the earlier presentation that this was part of the determination that was concurred with on the 25th of April 2023. along with the one that we've just dealt with in respect of the Siri wind farm in Western Cape 2020. Sorry, in respect of the wind farm facility. So the solar PV at the Siri wind farm in the Western Cape. Apologies for that. I'm tripping on myself on this issue a few times now. Chair, the issues that were raised by the members are very similar to the issues that were raised in the previous one, so I will not raise those again. Chairperson, I hope that is in order, and I'd just like to take the members to the recommendation that is brought before the ER, that it is recommended that the energy regulator approves the issuance of a license to Eskom Holdings SOC Limited to operate Letabo solar PV power plant generation facility. Number one. Number two, that the ER approves the inclusion of the Letabo solar PV power plant in Schedule 1 of Eskom generation license, which is attached here to as Annexure A of the RFD, and then to also approve the draft decision and the reasons for decisions document, which is attached here to as Appendix A. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gumede. Members, we have a submission in front of us for the Letabo Solar PV plant. Any questions, comments, enhancements? Mr. Spanda?
Yeah, Chair, I think I understood the reasons for Seri, but with Letabo, now the installed capacity is much higher than what we are being requested to approve. And I'm not sure if the same reasons would apply here. If you look at table 3 on page 14. So yeah, I don't know why that is. So I understood the reasons for Seri, but yeah, not too sure if they would apply here, Chair. Thanks.
Mr. Gumede, you want to explain or should I explain?
Chair, can I request that you assist, please? Thanks.
Okay, so Mr. Spanda, in this case, this is a DC plant, so you'll see that the installed capacity there is installed capacity DC. But what we are licensing the AC part of it. So when it goes through the converters and all of that, it will then come to that part where similar to what is AC contracted capacity, which is the 75 megawatts. So that's why the one for a DC plant would normally be higher. And then because it's the DC component of it, but we license the AC part of it as it will connect into our AC system. So are you fine with that, Mr. Spanda?
Makes sense, Chair. It's the engineering part, yeah. Thanks for that, Chair.
Thank you.
Makes sense, thanks.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other question? Mr. Mkiz?
Thanks, Chairperson. Just a small issue. On the second recommendation, are we referring to a generation license, or it should be Eskom's license to operate the generation facility? Just want to get clarity because the issue was raised.
Thank you, Mr. Mkiz. I think I accepted that Mr. Gumede indicated that there are things that have not been corrected, that he had asked that they must be corrected, and he had indicated that this he will correct, but you are correct in that we are going to use the language of the Act to do that. So we'll just correct it even in the record of it. Thank you for pointing that out. I'm not sure if you want to add, Mr. Gumede.
Chairperson, whilst the issue that you raised is correct, but on this particular one, the license itself was issued as a generation license, so that's why we didn't change it. So if you look at Annexure B, it is put forward as a generation license. So yeah, so correctly, it's supposed to be a license to operate a generation facilities, but this one was given as a generation license. I think it's just a continuation from the previous license that may have been issued in terms of the 1987 Act. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Gumede. I think with the assistance of legal, though, we must just find what is the right way of doing it. And I think if the new act says it's a license to operate a generation facility, so should it be. Thank you. We would make that enhancement, colleagues, when we finalize. Any other questions, comments, enhancements? If none, colleagues, may I request that we indicate that we're in support of the recommendations as read out by Mr. Gumede to approve by raising our hands. I've got Mr. Mkize, Mr. Spanda, Ms. Massetti, Mr. Gumede, Mr. Mane, Advocate Sitole, and Mr. Bia. Thank you. The license is the submission is approved. Colleagues, this is at that I'm going to request Mr. Gumede to take us to really the last one. And after that, we'll just take a 5 minutes break for us to get Ms. Sabia to occupy the seat. So Mr. Gumede, please take us through the AGV one.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson. So this one, Chair, is as you indicated, is an application by AGV for a license to operate a generation facility utilizing battery energy storage technology, BESS in short. The purpose of the submission is to request the energy regulator to approve the issuance of a license for the operation of a generation facility utilizing BESS to AGV Projects Pty Limited, which is here to attached as Annexure. Well, I guess the Annexure A gives the actual reasons for the decision, and then 2, to approve the capital cost recovery charge rate of 546.50 rands per megawatt hour. Based on the base year of the 1st of April 2023, that is going to be used to calculate the tariff in the power purchase agreement. Number 3, that the energy regulator note the PPA between AGV and the National Transmission Company of South Africa. And then lastly, to then approve the draft decision and the reasons for decision document, which is attached here to as Appendix B. Chair, by way of background, the application for the license to operate this generation facility using BESS, application by AGV, was considered by the ELS again on the 1st of October 2024, and it was recommended for approval. In essence, this was also based on this was based on the gazetted determination, which required that, or which allowed for the procurement of 513 megawatts of power from BESS. The determination also stated that the procurer of this capacity would be the DMRE. And I guess that going forward would have to be changed to reflect the new minister responsible for this, or the new ministry responsible for this, which is the Ministry of Energy and Electricity. And also stated that the electricity must be purchased by the National Transmission Company of South Africa. And then lastly, that the electricity must be purchased from IPPs. Chair, I will skip all of the others, and just to indicate this is the last one of the 5 that were considered, and the evaluation on this was based on the bids were evaluated based on a 90-10 principle, 90% price and 10% economic development commitments. So, as indicated, on the 30th of November 2023, the minister announced Oasis, Agnes, Mahobe, BESS, Oasis, Muokodi, and Oasis Nieve Warp as preferred bidders. These preferred bidders applied for licenses to operate to operate the generation facilities and were licensed on the 22nd of June 2024. AGV was only announced as a preferred bidder on the 20th of March 2024. Hence, it was not part of the bidders that were licensed in June. AGV is the 5th preferred bidder with a contracted capacity of 153 megawatts being allocated to Haruna substation, totaling the contracted capacity for BESS at the approved levels that were in the ministerial determination of 513 megawatts. Table 3 below lists the preferred bidders and the substations, and those have been, I think, as indicators have been read. But maybe just to indicate again that AGV projects, which will connect to a substation, Haruna, has got a contracted capacity of 153 megawatts. It's got a capital cost recovery charge rate of 546.50 rands per megawatt hour. It was evaluated, the evaluation price for that capacity was 16.501 billion rands. Chairperson, the electricity subcommittee deliberated on the application on the 1st of October 2024 and recommended the submission to the energy regulator without any changes. So, Chair, just again for the record to read it, that it is recommended that the energy regulator approves the issuance of a license for the operation of a generation facility utilizing BESS to AGV Projects Pty Limited, and the RFT is attached. It's part of the RFT that is attached as Annexure A, to approve that the capital cost recovery charge rate of 546.50 rands per megawatt hour, based on the base year of 1st of April 2023, that it be used to calculate the tariff in the power purchase agreement, and to note the power purchase agreement between AGV and the National Transmission Company of South Africa, NTCSA, and lastly, to approve the draft decision and the reasons for decision document, which is attached here to as Appendix B. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gumede. Members, colleagues, there's a submission in front of us. Any questions, comments, enhancements? I don't see any questions or comments. In that case, Mr. Gumede has already read out the recommendations on 6.1 right up to 6.11, so 6.14. Please indicate, colleagues, by raising your hands if you are in support of approving this. But Ms. Maseti, Mr. Mkhize, Mr. Gumede, yes, Ms. Sibia, Ms. Semane, missing Mr. Sbanda. Yes, I've got Mr. Sbanda, thank you. The AGV project's license to operate a generation facility is approved. Thank you, colleagues. Colleagues, may I request at this point, it's 11 o'clock, may I request that we take a 10-minute break, and Ms. Sibia, when we come back, 10, will then take us from 7.51 right up to 7.9, and also include 7.11, 7.51, 56, 57, sorry, 7.5, 7.6, 7.7, 7.8, 7.9, and 7.11. Thank you, colleagues. Mr. Gumede?
Chairperson, I think for the record, can I request that we then swap 7.10 and 7.11 around so that there will be a continual flow?
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Ms. Sibia, you will then restart at 11:10. I will be a participant, as in not, I'll log in as a member of the public, not participating in the decision. Thank you. Ms. Sibia, acknowledgement, please.
Thank you.
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Colleagues, let's take a break. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Members, it's 11:10. Can we indicate by thumbs up if we are all back? Thank you. I see the thumbs up fake. Can you check if there's anyone who's not back? Thank you very much. I see all your hands. Let us proceed then. Thank you. Let's proceed then, Mr. Gumede. Item 7.5. Over to you with the presentation.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning again to you. It is still morning. Chair, we've got 5 applications. We've got applications from 7.5 to 7.8. That's what it's 4 applications for trading. They are very similar especially in the manner in which some issues were dealt with. For instance, they all were considered at the one public hearing, as well as they were considered at the same ELS meeting. So some of the comments that are raised in the submission are very, very similar. So with your permission, Chairperson, I will go into some kind of detail in the first one, but the others I will then, I'll only focus on the issues that are different for that particular application, if that's acceptable, Chair.
Yes, it's fine for my side. And members, anyone who's not in agreement with that approach? Don't see anyone showing disagreement. You can proceed. Mr. Gumede will proceed that way. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. And again, I'd like to start, Chair, with an apology. Because they are so similar, there has been a lot of copying and pasting, Chair, on these issues. And a lot of it could well be, and some of the names could, when you're reading the submission, it's very easy to, you're going through Discovery Green, and then, you've got something else, Vitalik. You actually have got names that are fairly, I guess, they all make, they made to some people look very similar. You've got Greencore, Discovery Green, Greencore, and so forth. That they may well be those type of errors, Chairperson, that I would really like to beg the energy regulator to just not to overlook, but to the ones that I may have picked up, I will definitely correct as I present. But the ones that maybe I may have missed, I really like to request that the energy regulator condone them. With of course, with we do need to have a conversation thereon, but so that we don't we make sure that at least the applicants are not unfairly what's the right word because of our ineptness, that the content, the very content is correct, and the applicants would have made the applications as per their own, but in the analysis there may well be those errors. I really just seek your indulgence, Chairperson and members, that in those can we highlight them, but perhaps not necessarily prejudice the applicant unduly, unless, of course, whatever that has been done is such that it is misrepresenting. So that's the request, Chairperson and members, that I'll actually start with as I present these ones. The first one, Chair, is an application for an electricity trading license by Discovery Green Pty Limited, herein referred to as Discovery Green. And again, the purpose of the submission is to request the energy regulator to approve that Discovery Green be issued with a trading license. By way of background, on 17th of May 2023, Discovery Green launched an application for a trading license with the National Energy Regulator in terms of in accordance with Section 71C of the ERA. Discovery Green concluded a 25-year power purchase agreement with Elu Energy and 2 customers, Hemport Court and Bruce Heath Body Corporates. Elu Energy will sell energy generated from the solar PV system to Discovery Green and of course, then Discovery Green will on-sell to the respective customers as indicated. This applicant has not concluded the use of system agreement with the distributor because there is no wheeling of energy between the generator and the customers. ELU, as indicated, is Energy Holdings Pty Limited, is the owner of 2 rooftops solar PV generation facilities on the customer's premises located in Edenvale, Ekurhuleni, in Gauteng, registered in accordance with the NESA registration prescribed procedure, and having obtained the necessary connection agreements with the network service provider, which is the city of Ekurhuleni. In line with Section 4 of the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act, read in conjunction with Section 10 of NERA, NESA published the notices of a public hearing on the application, inviting stakeholders to comment and to also attend a public hearing that was scheduled to be held on the 18th of July 2024. The notices were published on the BEALT and the Business Day, and also, of course, on the NESA website. And the commenting period closed on the 9th of July 2024. No objections were received when the applicant advertised its application in terms of Section 11 of ERA. However, during the public hearings, there were concerns raised by Ms. Pennyhurst. The concerns and the NESA analysis can be found in Table 3 of the RFD, which is here to attach as Appendix A. The application was further discussed at the workshop of the 12th of September 2024, and the regulator members requested that a detailed sequence of the events, as you will have noted, Chairperson, the application being made in May of 2023, but the decision only being on this matter only coming to the regulator in October of 2024. And the sequence of events is detailed in Table 2 of the RFD. On the 1st of October 2024, the Electricity Subcommittee considered the trading license application for Discovery Green and recommended it for approval. Chair, during the Electricity Subcommittee, there were a number of issues that were raised for clarification and also for enhancement. Chair, I'll consider these as read, but perhaps just to touch on them because they are fairly similar to the ones that were raised in respect of the other trading applications. That at least I think it's fair that I talk to these ones in detail. That if the first issue that was raised, because it was something that was referred to in the submission, as members wanted clarity on whether does a trader actually require a budget code, and this was clarified that this is not a requirement for traders. This is a requirement for generators. They are the ones that are connecting to the network, and if there is any budget code that is required from the owner of the network, if it's transmission and TCSA, is that can only be applied for, or is only required in respect of generators. The second issue that was raised by members, the team was requested to address the concerns that were raised by Eskom during the public hearing. These issues are tabled, or the responses thereto are tabled, can be found in Table 3. They are responded in full. Table 3 of the RFD. And LAS was also requested to provide input on the concerns that were raised. However, it must be noted that the objections were not raised during the consultation period. They were raised at the public hearing. So we're just raising that, flagging that as perhaps an issue in terms of our process. Whether that might not necessarily raise a process concern. But nonetheless, the third issue that was raised by the members was whether, just to get a clarification, is there a limit to the number of traders that can operate in any distribution area? And it was then explained that although only one licensee only one license may be granted to somebody to operate a distribution facility in any particular area to avoid crossing of lines, and that is also then reflected in the condition of that license, in terms of that condition, which is under 14 subsection 1 subsection O, is that of ERA, that there can only be one person that can operate, only one licensee can operate a distribution facility in one area. But there is no limit that is expressed either in the Act or in any published national electricity policy that limits the number of traders that could be operating in any area. And further, the objects of the Act anyway indicate that we must be promoting competition. So that's the issue that was raised, so there is no limit. Thirdly, the members also wanted to understand the challenges that were hindering traders from trading nationally. So the issue that was raised primarily is that there's a need for a development of a national framework on trading. As part of that framework, we'll need to actually there's going to be a need. There's going to be the inclusion of the wheeling framework, which is currently under process of approval by the energy regulator. It's been out for comment, but it has not been finalized as well. So there's a wheeling framework that needs to be finalized. But broadly speaking, there's a need for a national framework to consider the rules that would be applicable to electricity trading. Fifthly, members requested a clarification on the financial issues, on the financial capabilities of these people that were applying for trading. So although this is very specific from trader to trader, but in the main, the RFDs do, all of the respective RFDs do deal with this issue to a greater or lesser extent, again, without necessarily us fully understanding the business models of each of these traders. But based on the information provided, generally paragraphs from 42 to 55 of the RFDs do look at this financial analysis. It may vary, the numbers may vary the actual paragraphs number may vary from applicant to applicant, but generally the financial analysis is dealt with in each of those licenses, in each of those applications. Members also then wanted to understand the reasons for delays. The reasons behind the delay in the outstanding agreements at the time of the ELS. The outstanding agreement with the distributor is not applicable for anybody who is got an installation behind the meter. So, but this one is specific to this particular applicant. Chairperson, those were the issues primarily that were raised. There may well be others that I may highlight with the other applications that are unique to those applications. But then, Chair, I would like to then take us to the recommendation of the ELS. It is recommended that the energy regulator, number 1, approves that Discovery Green Pty Limited be issued with an electricity trading license with the conditions imposed. And the draft license is attached here to as Annex F of the RFD. It also that the ER notes the tariff in the customer power purchase agreements between Discover Green and Hampton Court. Also notes the tariff in the customer power purchase agreement between Discovery Green and Bruce Heath. Also to note that it notes the 25-year generation power purchase agreement between Discovery Green and LU Energy Holdings Pty Limited, also notes the 25-year customer power purchase agreements between Discovery Green, Hampton Court, and Bruce Heath. And then sixthly, to note that it notes, the ER notes the tariffs that are being charged between Discovery Green and LU Energy Pty Limited with respect to Hampton Court and Bruce Heath. And lastly, to approve the draft decision and the reasons for decision document, which is attached here to, as I think is Appendix A. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gumede, for that detailed presentation. Members, comments, questions? By show of hands, please. Let me start with Mr. Sibanda, followed by Ms. Masetti, and then followed by Mr. Mkhize, in that order, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Mr. Gumede. Chair, I'm not sure that Mr. Gumede explained on table 2, page 8, the sequence of events. I was a bit concerned about the gap between 25 August 2023 and the 2nd of Feb 2024. I don't see any explanation regarding that particular gap, and it's a 6 months period. It's not clear to me what was happening there. But I think perhaps a much bigger issue for me is the whole objection surrounding these trading licenses, and my comment covers probably all the applications. It's just a general issue, and I'm not sure why this is only arising now. And the question that I have is, I'm sure we've dealt with trading licenses previously, but it's not clear to me why this is arising now. And by this, I'm referring to the whole question around licensing traders in what ESCOM calls distribution licenses that are seemingly exclusive to ESCOM. And I'm not sure how we have responded to these previous, or how we've treated this issue previously. And I also noted that in the other applications, so there's this table of comments and or other objections that were raised, and then our responses, or the response from the applicant, and then our response. But I didn't see the responses to ESCOM's objections to this specific application. And also, because it is a legal issue, I was wondering whether should we not have a dedicated section that deals specifically with this whole question, because when I read the responses in the table of responses, and Chair, I think there's also a need really for quality assurance there in terms of language and grammar and all of that. But yeah, that's not the point. I think for me, we probably just need to have a clear legal analysis, and I don't know whether legal had input into this, but because it's a legal issue, I just feel that perhaps we just need to have a dedicated section that deals with this particular issue in a legal sort of manner. Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Masetti.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm the member of the ELS. I just have three things just to make sure that the things that are captured in the draft reasons for decision are accurate. I just want to start off on page 6, right on the decision, whether it is correct or well, we have information to conclude that this application will enable that in the future it will result in the provision of a viable market for IPPs to service. Is that the case? Because we are putting it as an introduction in our decision and in our reasons for decision, after we immediately indicated that the traders will provide service to IPPs and off-takers. I'm not sure if we really need to put that statement and to conclude in that manner, unless it was somewhere in the market analysis and we're doing the viability of the trading activity and how it looks, so that we don't conclude right there in the first paragraph of our introduction. Just as an enhancement, Chairperson. The second issue that I wanted to raise is on paragraph 2, where we say that Discovery Green intends to trade electricity in the area with the customers of the city of Ekurhuleni. Are these the only customers that they will target, or they want the trading license so that they can operate perhaps in that municipality, in that area of supply that is serviced? Where the city of Ekurhuleni distributes electricity. So is that not what we want to communicate, rather than say that they are seeking this license to trade and supply and therefore connect to the customers of the city of Ekurhuleni? I think it's the manner in which we have put this, because I don't think that this is an intention, and they're not limited to only trade with customers of the city of Ekurhuleni by having a trading license, because it's of a national geographic scope in any event. So maybe we may need to put it differently, Chairperson. And then the last point that I just wanted to indicate here, or to raise, is on the issue of the use of system agreement. Perhaps we can rephrase that sentence there. If we want to communicate that the trading license does not require an agreement or a use of system agreement, maybe that's how we want to communicate this, and therefore that is why. And then we can give the reason of the wheeling of energy between the distributor and generator, that it is only required under those circumstances, instead of maybe just saying that this application does not have, as if there's a need for the use of system agreement. So if it is not necessary for a trading activity, perhaps let's put it like that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Masetti. Mr. Mkhize, then Advocate Sithole. Mr. Mkhize, you can proceed. Mr. Mkhize, you are muted. While we're waiting for Mr. Mkhize, Advocate Sithole, you can proceed. Then we'll come back to Mr. Mkhize when he's available.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks for the presentation that has been made by Mr. Gumede. Chair, I am a member of the ELS subcommittee, but there is one point that I would like to get clarity on, which was, in my view, the main objection that was raised by Eskom was the definition of the word supply as provided for in terms of era of 2006. And I just wanted to check if in the submission before us, that issue has been covered. I may have missed it, but I thought it was an important point. to have it covered. If it is, I will appreciate it if I can be directed to a page or paragraph where it is dealt with. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Advocate Stole. Mr. Mkiza, I see you put your hand down. Are you, oh, you're back. Okay, you can proceed then with your questions, and then we hand over to Mr. Gumede to respond.
Thanks, Chairperson. I got temporarily disconnected. I mean, I don't know what happened. There seemed to have been a disturbance on the line. But from my side, I would just be supportive of these trading license applications on the proviso that we as the management moves within this financial year to embark on a developing rules in terms of Section 35 of the Electricity Regulation Act. Now, I think it's in terms of 35 2D, 3D, subsection 3, to look at rules that pertain to or relate to trading, just to make sure that everything is actually clearly specified. There is no ambiguity giving rise to objections like ESCOM has put forth. I think that would assist. But considering that the fact that we had a license previously, similar applications, I think that we can search ahead to do that. But from the kind of regulator that we seek to be, let's ensure that that process is embarked upon steadfastly before the end of this financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mkize. I don't see any other hands. Mr. Gumede, you can respond, and the team.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to members for the questions and also for the enhancements. And the enhancements, we're going to take them, especially from Madam Seti. They are correct as enhancements, and we should just need to embrace that. But I'll actually respond to the questions. I would actually try to respond to them one by one, and where I need assistance from the team, I will request the team to actually explain. For instance, in terms of Table 2, the gap, I think I'll request the team to actually address that when I'm done. So that one I'm not going to respond to. Mr. Hore and the team, please just prepare yourselves in terms of explaining that gap. But it's largely due to the number of engagements that have been had for all of the trading license applicants. A number of them actually have even been much longer with us, or we've been engaging with them for the longest of time. And but the team will be better placed to indicate. And a lot of the delays were actually from outside sources rather than from inside. Again, linked to perhaps that framework in terms of the consideration of trading licenses that we definitely need to actually come up with and finalize and get it approved by the energy regulator. But the team will give details on that. Now, the fundamental question asked by Mr. Sibanda is why object now when we've had other other trading applications that have been made before? I think, Mr. Sibanda, to answer you broadly on this is one that says prior to perhaps 2 years ago, we really only had one trading license. And subsequent to that, we then did two, but the numbers are increasing. And they probably are going to continue increasing as we move forward. Part of it also influenced by what needs to happen in respect of when the Electricity Regulation Amendment Act is implemented. Because the market makers going forward, especially for the bilateral part of the multi-market as envisaged, in the Electricity Regulation Amendment Act. The bilaterals market will be driven largely by traders. In the main, they are the ones that will be signing these long-term PPAs, possibly either with registrants or with licensees on the generation side, or even those people that may, perhaps, who knows, they may just not be licensed, but hopefully they will always be registered, because they will have a point of connection. But the traders will be the interface. They will be the ones that perhaps will sign these 20, 25-year PPAs. However, on the counter side, they will probably find that the customer agreements will only be 5 years or so. So traders are well equipped to actually manage that risk. So that's what's going to happen. So I think that's the emerging part of this, and therefore we are going to have to expect more of this rather than less. Now, Eskom made, unfortunately, the challenge with Eskom as well, and maybe just to deal with also the issue that was raised by Advocate Sithole, although we'll deal with it as well, but in the main, Eskom did not object during the objections period, in which case we didn't actually have any, during the consultation period, Eskom did not actually put forward a formal objection. And they only came forward during the public hearing. And in most cases, for instance, in respect of this particular one, because it's not connected to an Eskom network, it's connected to, and it's actually behind the meter as well, in the Ekurhuleni area, is that Eskom really didn't, it's not like it actually has got any issues with it per se, but it was more the issue that it was raising, the issue that Eskom were raising were more generic in terms of the supply areas, as Advocate Sithole has raised. Therefore, in respect of Eskom, for this particular one, there is no Eskom complaint or anything that we actually needed to actually respond to. But in general, because this question will arise in other applications, is that Eskom really, what it's been saying is that in respect of the licenses they have, again, it emanates from the language that we were discussing when we were talking about the license to operate. Because the issue is, in terms of Section 7 of Act and Section 13, Section 7 of ERA, read with Section 13 of ERA, and therefore all of the conditions that are drawn from that in terms of Section 14, is that we issue licenses to operate a distribution facility. We don't issue distribution licenses. Now, unfortunately, some of the language in some of the licenses, the distribution licenses, takes the language of the 1987 Act, which is more about, which in fact it talks about supply rather than talking about distribution. But a lot of the issues emanate from the wording of the license that was granted to both the municipalities as well as Eskom, where the license in distribution is to operate a distribution facility, in terms of ERA at least. Now, trading, in terms of Section 13.3, is supposed to be a separate license. And it's a must. The regulator must issue a separate license. Now, trading itself is therefore not distribution. Trading is, in fact, in at least in the new Act, it has clarified it even better. But in the past, it's really, trading is separate both from transmission as well as from distribution, because transmission, the definition of both transmission and distribution explicitly excludes trading as well. So that's where the most of these objections come. Now, the issue that the distribution licenses that are issued, instead of perhaps being worded correctly as license to operate distribution facilities, is that those distribution facilities seems to imply that there is a limit in terms of who can trade, that those supply areas, not just limited to the wires part of the business, but that the supply areas themselves are therefore giving an exclusive giving exclusivity to the holder of somebody who owns a license to distribute. That's where the challenges actually emanate. So, but it's something that we do need to actually deal with. I'm hoping that I have addressed that issue, and because it's going to also become an issue with the other applications. But you asked the question, Mrs. Bana, should we not have a dedicated legal analysis? From where I always say is that for me, we are a creature of statute, and most of the licenses we issue need to address a few things. It's about in terms of Section 10, it's about ability. We need to display ability. The applicant needs to show capabilities in terms of or in terms of administration, in terms of financial issues, and also technical capabilities. But over and above, when we issue licenses, we're giving effect to the Act. So the biggest analysis has got to be legal analysis. So in respect of all of these licenses, legal was consulted. But if you ask the question of where explicitly in the document do we have a legal analysis, perhaps it's something in terms of enhancements, in terms of these RFDs, where we could be explicit on it. But the whole RFD itself is meant to indicate all of those issues. For instance, when we make reference to the conditions of license, those conditions of license are born out of a legal analysis. So I'm hoping, Mrs. Banda, that has been responded to. But yes, do we need to have a specific area where the legal analysis is done? Yes, we do. And we do insist that we don't put forward these days any submission to the ELS that has not been considered by legal. Their capacity notwithstanding. Now, if I move on to questions asked by Madam Massetti, as I've indicated, those are not questions, those are enhancements. Madam Massetti, we are correct. In fact, I think we should delete that line under paragraph 1, in paragraph 1 of the RFD. And secondly, also, we are correct. These licenses are actually national licenses. But maybe can I explain a bit that the issue, and just in case it also is raised with the other licenses. Although these licenses are national and are applicable nationwide, but a lot of the current trading is based on bilaterals. So, and every time a trader acquires a new customer or comes up or actually acquires a new supplier or a new generator, they need to come back to us for us to then look at the schedule. So we've got this schedule 2s and 3s. I think I can't remember them offhand, but I think that's and the team can correct me if I'm wrong there. But we've got a schedule that looks at the suppliers as well as the schedule that looks at customers, because a lot of the trading that is being applied for at the moment, the trading is really about bilaterals. In the multi-market model that is coming up, we are only really looking at this stage in terms of the licenses at bilaterals. Although the license is not explicit like that, but we still, as part of that framework, which Mr. Mkhize was talking about, and the rules, we need to look at what happens when the traders go beyond bilaterals and now they trade in areas and actually go for the general consumer. So that still needs to be looked at. It's going to be something that, and basically the pricing or the tariffing that will then emanate from that still needs to be looked at. Because at this stage, when we're looking at tariffing as per either it's a rule or in terms of the conditions of license under Section 14.1 D&E, we've actually just been looking at PPAs and looking at the bilaterals, at the bilateral tariffs. But going forward, it is possible and it is envisaged that will change, and therefore we need to also then be able to come up with a framework which deals with that. At this stage, it doesn't exist. So that is the issue. But nonetheless, I think you are correct. In that paragraph 2, we should enhance that, remove that. That whatever they may be applying based on that, but the license itself is a nationwide license. And also on the third issue that you've raised, I think we just need to correct that properly. So those are the questions asked by Madam Maseti, or the enhancements that are proposed by Madam Maseti, which I agree with. The big issue that was asked by Advocate Tole on supply, it's not necessarily in respect of this particular application, but it was a generic issue that was raised by Eskom on the definition of supply. Again, this is one of those old issues, because supply in respect of the 1987 Act was defined. In fact, we were issuing at that time supply licenses. In terms of the Electricity Regulation Act of 2006, NERSA does not issue a supply license. It doesn't exist. But supply is still defined is defined both in this Act, in the 2006 Act, and also defined, but although it's been extended in the amended Act, the one that has recently been assented to by the president. But it's not something, in respect of the issue, and there is mention, for instance, in terms of the of Section 14, there is a mention of supply areas. However, that supply area, I would like to basically, most of us believe that it's actually in respect of the wire side of the business. So that condition is in respect of the wire side of the business. That is, so whoever has been granted a license to operate a distribution facility in a particular geographic area, there cannot be a second licensee. It's mainly linked to, you can only issue one distribution or one license to operate a distribution facility in a particular area, so that you avoid possibilities of wires crossing each other. So it is a health and safety issue as well as other issues. But in terms of the business that is conducted on top of that, there is nothing in the Act, at least in the Electricity Regulation Act, that prevents any other party from doing that. In the 1987 Act, there was exclusivity, exclusive area for the local authorities as well as Eskom, but that did not carry through into the Electricity Regulation Act, and also perhaps even the constitutional dispensation of coming out of the 1996 constitutional dispensation would probably not allow it anyway. So, but it didn't come through. So the supply, the reference to supply that in Eskom is not necessarily appropriate in this particular one, because we don't issue a supply license. I'm hoping that has addressed the issues. Mr. Mkhize, I think you are correct. We do need to actually finalize not just the rules, but it must be the framework that clearly delineates the issues that are pertaining to trading, especially in as far as trading that is not just about bilaterals, but in this multi-market that we are envisaging going forward, we need to deal with trading, because trading is not just going to be limited to bilaterals. And trading is bigger than, I guess, than just the trading in the commodity. But there's the financial side of it. So we need to be able to be quite clear in terms of the framework, how we regulate all of the aspects of trading. Thanks, Chair. Sorry for the lengthy response. I thought, let me provide this so that when we deal with the other issues, perhaps all of the issues that might have been raised in the other licenses would also have been dealt with. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Gumede, you did indicate that one of your team members will respond to the issue of the time. Who will be responding to that?
May I kindly request Mr. Hore to assist, please? Thanks.
Okay, thank you and good morning, members and Chair. The gap is actually explained on that table, and the reason maybe we have got it to enhance it, but the application lacked essential information, particularly the financial model that would actually enable us to motivate for this application. Because some of these applications, they come, but they don't have that very convincing effects that this is a project that is viable, that is not going to be issued with a license only for speculative purposes. But however, going forward, we'll put a paragraph that says if outstanding information is not received within 30 days, then we'll close that application and the applicant is free to reapply once they have the information. I think this is being successfully implemented in other processes like generation licensing. So we just have got to also implement it here so that we cover ourselves. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those responses. Can I check with the members, Member Sibanda, Ms. Masetti, Mr. Mkize, Advocate Sitole, do you have any follow-up questions, or were there questions that were not answered? Yes, Ms. Masetti?
Thank you, Chairperson. Mine is not a follow-up, but I think it is important that since it is mentioned in our documents that we are very clear regarding the scope of the application that is before us. And I'm saying this because on page 10, on the table there, table 3 on page 10, it is mentioned that furthermore, Discovery Green has signed agreements for a generation pipeline. I don't know if there's a generation pipeline in electricity, but as a generation pipeline of largely maybe that's something else. Yeah, a generation pipeline of largely wind assets to serve a committed client offtake across South Africa. Discovery Green will apply to amend its license should it be successful. So I just wanted to make sure that this part, since it's also raised here, it's not something that is part of what we need to approve today, or since it has been mentioned and that they have signed all of these agreements to sort of with other maybe operators of generation facilities across the country. That I don't know. Is this something that we should be taking into consideration today, given the fact that the license to trade is a national license, and therefore they could be in a position when the time is right to serve those off-takers or those companies. However, then take the point that Mr. Gumede mentioned that they will have to come to the energy regulator should they then finalize agreements or they're in a position to supply or to serve them with electricity. I just needed this part to be clarified because it is mentioned in the documents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Masetti. I don't see any other hands. If you can respond, Mr. Gumede, and then we can resolve.
Chairperson, I think I'll respond this way, and also maybe just use the opportunity to request an addition to the conditions of the to the recommendation that have been put forward on page 4. Is that I think the intention of that response was to indicate that although the license being applied for is only applied on the back of this this particular company that they've contracted with to produce electricity, and there's 2 off-takers. The indication is to say they're wanting to indicate that that is not just the business that they are going to be involved in. The business is actually going to be a nationwide. However, in the current licensing framework that we have, we then require customers that we require licensees that when they add a generator, they come to us to actually amend the schedule. Similarly, when they add a customer, they come to us to also amend the respective schedule. So this is the existing framework. But going forward, as commented by Mr. Mkize, there is an urgent need for us to formulate a proper trading framework, as well as the associated rules in terms of Section 35. That will then clearly address this issue. But whether now, because they have not clearly indicated who those suppliers would be, those generators, those wind projects would be, and they have not indicated who the off-takers would be, Whether that should be included as a decision, perhaps not. But I guess all that they were trying to do is to explain that their business model is nationwide, is not restricted just to Ekurhuleni. But if members feel that it would be more comforting so that it doesn't look like we are preempting an application for the amendment of these schedules in this document, if it needs to be taken out, we can do that. But that was the sole intention of the inclusion of that paragraph. Thanks.
Thank you. Members, I think let us resolve then now. Do we resolve to remove that paragraph, or how do we proceed with regards to that?
Chairperson, may I recommend that because it's not necessarily part of the decision, it's part of the RFD, which perhaps for me is really just trying to indicate that, and perhaps correctly so, that it doesn't send an incorrect signal and an incorrect message out there that says, the application, also the license is only restricted to Ekurhuleni, that they are seeing this as a springboard for them to be able to operate national. That because it's not part of the decision, I would recommend we keep it, unless of course it's going to distort the actual decision that we are actually seeking, we are asked to make. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. There is a proposal. We keep it. Members, anyone who is disagreeing with that?
Supported, Chairperson, as long as it will not be read to mean that it was information that was before us, and in fact, it has been part of the reasons for our decision, because in a way it will be taken as something that we took into consideration when we made the decision. So as long as it's not going to be read as such, and it will be clear that should they be in a position to supply other areas or doing the connection with other generators, then NERSA will have to be consulted to grant approval for an amendment of their application. That must be very clear in the reasons for decision, and it's not something that is the scope of the application that is before us. That should be clarified. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kumeta. You got that. We need to have it under the reasons for the decision. Thank you. Members, Mr. Kumeta read the decisions as on page 4, starting from 611 to 617. By show of hands, if we approve those decisions, I'm not going to read them again.
And Chairperson, before the members vote, can I then ask that we also then add the request by Mr. Mkhize that we include in all, and it's going to have to be included in all of these trading licenses, that we include the development of the rules.
Okay, 618 for this one. Mr. Kumete, you are proposing that we have 618?
Yes, correct, Chairperson. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Chair, but it does not go into the decision for the application that will be issued to this specific licensee. It is just for the energy regulator. I just want to find out so that such a decision, if it was not part of what the applicant has asked for or applied for, it may not necessarily be something that must be part of the decision. Of that, I just want to clarify that aspect. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so the ones that are going to the client is 611 to 617, then we have a separate decision that we will call 618 or use a different number 62, which will be for us as the ER. Will that approach suit everyone around the table? I see the thumbs up. Okay. Can we vote then? Members, can we approve the decisions from 611 to 617 and then also the separate 162? By show of hands. I see Ms. Masetti, Mr. Kumete, Mr. Sibanda. Okay, something I need to see here. Advocate Sithole, myself, I also approve. Thank you very much. Decision is approved. Yes.
And myself, Chair, you don't see my hand.
Yes, I've just said it now.
Apologies,
Thank you. Okay, no problem. Thank you. Members, as Mr. Kumete has said, this one we did it in detail because it was the first one, but the next two, they are similar. But I will hand it over to you, Mr. Kumete, to then go to the next submission, which is item 7.6, green electron market. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will only hopefully just introduce the issues that are peculiar to this one. But this particular application, Chair, is about it's an application for a trading license by Green Electron Market Pty Limited. So short for GEM. So the purpose of the submission is to request the energy regulator to approve the issuance of a trading license to GEM. This GEM only also applied, as you can see, Chair. All of these, applied long time ago. The 5th of June 2023. That's when they launched the application, and as explained by Mr. Hore, a lot of them has been the toing and froing between the applicant and ourselves, and the applicant and Eskom. In some cases, that's where the delays emanated, and. But I guess on this particular one, GEM was requested to provide additional information, namely the distribution connection use of system agreement, which was also, I guess, the issue, the challenge with this, because it then formed a cyclical issue that agreement could not be given by Eskom in particular, if it was Eskom, until the applicant had a trading license, and we were requiring it as a precursor to issuing a trading license. That issue has finally been resolved, but that was, in fact, a lot of the challenges in most of these licenses emanated from that. So GEM, as a trader, has entered into two separate agreements with a generator, one with a generator and one with a customer. The power purchase agreement with the generator, Citus Energy Pty Limited. The agreement is for a 75 megawatt solar PV from Bela Bela Solar Park, situated in Bela Bela in Limpopo, and the electricity supply agreement was signed with the off-taker, which is Evander Gold Mining. As you can see, there's a mismatch there for 46 megawatt power from the solar plant. GEM will use Eskom distribution network to wheel electricity to Evander, and GEM intends to sell this the 29x the excess power to undisclosed customers. But of course, as they acquire any customer, they will have to come and update the actual schedule. Chair, I think in respect of this particular application was considered by ELS of the 1st of October 2024, and the issues that were raised are very similar to the issues that were raised before. However, in this particular one, because there is willing, the issue of the question of the delays was raised, that the generator again had to apply to amend the distribution connection and use of system agreement, which was between Eskom and the generator, but this particular time they had to amend that to include the trader as a third party. So that's the source of the challenges. So we went into a secular issue there that simply said Eskom would not issue that agreement until the applicant has acquired a trading license, and the trading license, for us to consider a trading license, we are requiring that they should have that system. But again, as part of the framework that we are working on, or that we will be finalizing, we have to deal with those issues, and the question of whether a trader would require that type of agreement, or that agreement be required by a generator. So those are the issues, Chair. I just thought I'll highlight that one. But with that, can I then go straight to the recommendation or the decision that is sought? The energy regulator, again, is 6.1 and will again include 6.2. But just to read 6.1, and read 6.11 until 6.16. 6.11 says to request the energy regulator is requested to approve that Green Electron Market Pty Limited be issued with a trading license to trade in electricity subject to the license conditions imposed, and the draft license is attached here to as Annexure G of the RFD. Secondly, that the regulator is requested to note the 20-year generation power purchase agreement between Green Electron Pty Limited and Citus Energy Pty Limited. Thirdly, is required to note the 5-year customer power purchase agreement between Green Electron, sorry, I think there was a repetition there, between Green Electron Energy Market and Evander Goldfields, Evander Gold Mine. And number 4, to note the tariff in the customer power purchase agreements between Green Electron Market Pty Limited and Evander Gold Mine. And fifthly, to note the tariff in the generation power purchase agreement between Green Electron Market Pty Limited and Citus Energy Pty Limited. Sixthly, to then approve the reasons for decisions document, which is attached here too. And then 6.2, similar to the previous one, that we need to actually develop a framework and associated rules ASAP. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gumede. Members, comments, questions? I don't see any hands. Can I take us to the decision then, which is on 6.1 and then the addition of 6.2 as we have agreed by show of hands? Can we indicate if we approve this transaction? Thank you very much. I see your hands, Ms. Masetti, Mr. Gumede, Mr. Tole, Mr. Mane, Mr. Sibanda, Mr. Mkize, and I also approve. Thank you very much. The item is approved. That was item 7.6 with the inclusion of 6.2 as we have agreed. The next one, Mr. Gumede, which is 7.7. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. This one is an application by CBI Electric Apollo Pty Limited for an application for electricity trading license. Chair, the issues are very similar. Perhaps what may be peculiar is covered under the background on this particular application, and maybe just to highlight a few issues there is that Apollo has concluded a 20-year power purchase agreement with Lumika Renewables Investment SA Pty Limited, in short Lumika, as a purchaser of 1.4 mega. I'm not sure now here whether is it 1.4, is it 1,400? Sorry, I can't remember offhand, but the team can confirm the number. But it reads as 1.430 megawatts from solar PV generation facility located in Springs. And that equivalent power is bought from Apollo. The power that is bought by Apollo would be sold to Fibertex South Africa over a period of 3 years, with an option to extend the term of the PPA. Again, there were no objections that were raised when the application was advertised. However, there were objections that were raised by Eskom during the public hearing. And the table 2 also deals with the issues very similar to the one that we've had before. Therefore, Chair, I'd like to take the members to the recommendation that is sought, very similar to the previous one, And if we can then also add 6.2, which is a recommendation for the development of the trading framework and the associated rules ASAP. Basically, though, in terms of 6.11 is to approve that the CBI Electric Apollo Pty Limited be issued with a trading license to trade in electricity subject to the license conditions imposed. And the draft license is issued as Annexure A of the RFD. To note the 20-year generation power purchase agreement between CBI and Lumika Renewables Investment South Africa. And third, to note the 3-year customer power purchase agreement between CBI Electric Apollo Pty Limited. If we can strike through the other limited. The other LTD Limited and Fibertex South Africa Pty Limited. To note the tariff in the customer purchase agreements between CBI Electric Apollo Pty Limited and Fibertex South Africa Pty Limited. To note the tariff in the generator power purchase agreements between CBI Electric Apollo Pty Limited and Lumika Renewables Investment South Africa Pty Limited, to also approve the reasons and the reason decision document, which is attached here too, and of course to then include that 6.2. But Chairperson, can I just get the team to confirm that number? Is it 1,430 or is it 1.43 megawatts? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Please confirm, team.
We confirm, Chair, that it's 1.430 megawatt. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a confirmation. Thank you, team. Thank you, Mr. Kumede. Members, comments, questions? Yes, Ms. Maseti, over to you.
Chairperson, mine is on page 9, where we have our reasons for decision, the paragraphs starting from 16 to, I think, to 19 or to 20. The way that we deal with objections and those that will be opposed to the application. I think those are two distinct processes, because there's the first process is where the application is published or advertised by the applicant, and then inviting specifically objections. Then there's a time period to it. So NERSA does that process, but in addition to that process, NERSA also will have public hearings. And in the public hearings, NERSA invites not only those that submitted objections during the advertisement, but all those that will have information that is relevant for NERSA to take into consideration. And it might well be the people that might oppose to the application, not necessarily in the context of an objection when the application is advertised. So when we invite stakeholders to make oral representations during our public hearings, I do not believe that there is anything from a legal point of view, at least from our acts, that prevent them from opposing the applications. So if that can be clarified, so that we don't always defer to an objection contemplated in the section that deals with the advertisement or the advertising of the application by the applicant, but when NERSA invites people to come through. So I think the issue of ESCOM only coming at the public hearing and ESCOM stating its views and opposing to the applications, I don't think that there's something wrong with it, and why ESCOM couldn't come at the time when the applicant advertised. No, ESCOM can still come, or any other party can still come at the stage of the public hearing to oppose, not necessarily in the sense or in the context of an objection. I just want that aspect also to be clarified, even in our procedures and going forward, so that when we analyze, at least we can draw a clear distinction on how these processes work. But also that is subject to the legal people confirming. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I don't see any other hand. Mr. Kumede, over to you. You can respond.
Thank you, Chairperson, and I'd like to thank Madam Aseti for that comment. I think there's going to be a real we need clarity on this. The new act is very specific about certain things, and the times are a lot tighter, and I think but I think the point here is that legal needs to look at this, needs to look at what is included in Section 11, because the issue here is that the new act focuses a lot on the Section 11, on the Section 11 notice for comment. That is actually the publication that is made by the applicant. So we need to take that into account, and the fact that post that the new act is very prescriptive on what then happens. So I think there is a need for a review. But also we need to be, whatever that we do, we need to be sure that we are not unfairly prejudicing one party or one stakeholder over another, and that whatever that we do is actually premised on the Act. But going forward, we do need to actually have that process reviewed and clarified better, that there's a Section 11 process. When it terminates, well, there's a parallel process, which is a Section 10 process by the energy regulator, which then culminates in a public hearing. How do those two interact? We need clarity on that. Maybe it's not necessarily just for this application, but something that we need. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Can we take it then outside of this application and make it a separate proposal that we will need the legal department or legal division to deal with, and deal with it separately, and hopefully maybe we'll deal with it within the governance section so that we can finalize it. Are we fine with that proposal? Do we need to include it as a separate resolution? I don't think so. Yeah.
No, Chair. I think it's something that just can be,
yes,
the team can pick up. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
In the matters arising. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Please note that Secretariat, RSU. Thank you. Thank you for those comments. I don't see any other hands. Let us now go to the resolutions, the recommendations that are stated for this application. They have been read from 611 to 616, and then the addition of 62, as we were doing previously. By show of hands, members, if we approve this application. Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Thank you, Mr. Kumede. Thank you, Mr. Sibanda. Thank you, Mr. Mane. Thank you, Advocate Tole, and I approve. Thank you very much. Application is approved. That was 7.7. We now go to 7.8, Green Core Power Services. Over to you, Mr. Kumede.
Thank you, Chair. This brings us to the last of these trading license applications. And again, just to indicate, so this application is by Greencore. They're also applying for this particular one, they're applying for a trading license, for the issuance of a trading license. Just to indicate what is unique about Greencore is that Greencore has concluded a generation power purchase agreement with Amir Power Royal PV facility for a period of 25 years as a buyer of their 85 megawatts capacity. And Greencore, on the flip side of it, has also signed customer purchase agreements with Sibanye Stillwaters for a period of 2 years, with an option for a further 2 years renewal. The energy from the 85 facility will be sold to Sibanye using Eskom distribution network. Again, as indicated earlier, there is definitely a mismatch between the generation power purchase agreements and the customer PPAs. But that's what trading is about. They will be looking to actually do that as they proceed, to actually manage that risk as they proceed. But that's what trading is about. Again, just to indicate, taking into account the comment raised by Madam Massetti, that no objections were received when the applicant advertised. However, during the public hearings, of course, there were objections that were raised, firstly from Eskom and also by Ms. Herbst. And the analysis of those objections can be found in Annex G of the RFD, and they'll be dealt with in accordance to what we've just agreed within respect of CBI electrons. Chairperson, as indicated on table 2, goes through the comments that were raised, the questions that were raised by members, and the comments and the answers are very similar to what we've actually dealt with previously. Therefore, we won't go through that again. The recommendations are on page 4 of 5, paragraph 6, which is the energy regulator is requested to approve that Green Coal Power Services Pty Limited be issued with a trading license to trade electricity, subject to license conditions imposed. And the draft license is attached here to his Annexure I of the RFD. And here, energy regulator is requested to note the 25-year generation power purchase agreement between Green Coal Power Services and AMIA Power Pty Limited, so it's agreements, and to note the 4-year power purchase agreement between Green Coal. I guess it must, let's call it out properly. It's a 2-year power, to correct that, Chair, let's note the 2-year customer power purchase agreement with an option to extend by a further 2 years of the contract between Green Coal Power Services and Sibanye Stillwaters Pty Limited. To note the tariff in the generation power purchase agreement between Green Coal Power Services Pty Limited and AMIA Power Pty Limited, and to note the tariff in the generation power supply agreement between Green Coal Power Services and Sibanye Stillwaters Pty Limited. And lastly, to then approve the reasons and the decision and the reasons for decision document, which is attached here too. And then a further 6.2, it is also recommended that the energy regulator develops the trading framework and associated rules as soon as possible. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gumede. Comments, questions, members, and anyone on the call? I don't see any hands. Let's go to the decision then with those 2 changes. The first one on 613 to state it as 2 years and 2 years option to extend. And then also adding 6.2, as we have been adding, of the development of the framework. By show of hands, please, members, if you approve this application. Thank you, Ms. Massetti. Thank you, Mr. Gumede. Thank you, Mr. Sibanda. Go down. Thank you, Advocate Sitole. I also approve. Ms. Simane, are you there? The application is approved. Thank you very much. 7.9, the import and export license. Thank you, Mr. Gumede, for the items. Then 7.9, Green Coal, the import export license. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. This one is actually going to be the first of its kind in South Africa, because the only other import and export license that has ever been granted has been in respect of the NTCSA. Previously, it's been, it's been implied in the Eskom licenses, but this was explicitly been granted to NTCSA. So this is going to be the first one by a private player in South Africa. So the application is by Greenco Power Services Pty Limited that we've just dealt with in terms of trading, that they're also wanting to, as part of their trading offer, they're wanting they are applying, they are requesting the energy regulator to grant it a right to import and also export electricity. By way of background on this one, on the 9th of, it was also applied for quite a while back, 9th of October 2023, the applicant lodged an application with NERSA pursuant to obtaining a trading license, firstly, and that, sorry, I think this is not going to confuse me. I thought it was, but anyway, this is about the import and export license. Apologies for that, members. Greenco Power Services, the applicant, is an entity that will be operating in South Africa, is applying for an import and export license. Greenco intends to trade electricity in SAP, the Southern African Power Pool. They are actually a member of SAP at the moment. They are again I think the first private company to be a member of SAP. So they are intending to trade electricity in SAP through its sister company, Greenco Zambia, which is a member of SAP. Greenco is also licensed as a trader, by the Energy Regulation Board of Zambia. Its membership with SAP allows them to import and export power from SAP through Eskom network to South African customers. Again, it would be on bilaterals rather than just a general sale of power to customers. Greenco intends to import 65 megawatts into South Africa from Tati Solar, which is situated in Botswana, and has entered into a 5-year generation power purchase agreement to that effect. Tati Solar is currently building a 100 megawatt solar power plant in Botswana, and its intended commercial operation date is December 2026. The 65 megawatt energy imported by Greenco is aimed at bringing more capacity into South Africa and be sold to Sibanye Stillwater and other future customers of Greenco. Again, in line with Section 10 of the Act, read in conjunction with PAJA, the NERSA published on the 6th of July 2024 notices for a public hearing on the application and inviting stakeholders to comment and to attend the public hearing, which was to be held on the 18th of July. The notices were published on the business day and the BL of the 6th of June. No objections, again, were received by NERSA after the applicant had advertised its electricity, had advertised its trading license, its import and export license application. Apologies for those errors again, as I've indicated earlier. They did creep in. We really do we do apologize for that. But the application was for an import and export, an electricity import and export application. No, there were also no objections that were received after NERSA published the notices for the public hearing. But as indicated, on the 22nd of October 2024, the ELS considered the import and export application, an import and export license application by Greenco, and recommended for approval. Subsequent to that, there has been correspondence that has been received from interested stakeholder, in particular Ms. Penny Herbst. There has, and that is something, unfortunately, it has come. I think it only arrived yesterday, but we will just ask the members to actually note that. But I guess the question is, again, we need to to take into account the recommendation or rather the concern raised by Madam Massetti in terms of how the question is, how do we deal with those comments that, yes, they are invaluable, they are important for us to guide us in terms of the decision that we make, but those comments that come after the consultation period after the Section 11 period by the applicant, as well as the Section 10 process by NERSA. Now, these are received, so either people then come and present at the public hearing, or comments that are received post that. We need to find a way of how we actually deal with those. But I just wanted to indicate that those the comments were received, and so this has indicated that the ELS dealt with this application on the 22nd of October 2024, which was a special ELS, and the comments that were raised by members are tabulated in Table 2. And in essence, the issue of the use of system agreements came up again, and the question that was in particular, the specific issue that was raised here was this issue around the payment of upfront the issue of upfront charges that to be charged, as well as monthly charges. The response from management was that upfront connection charges will be payable to the network service providers to reserve capacity of the network. I guess it's also one of those where you actually use or lose. It's not going to be used to block others, but you actually use it or lose it basis, but it's something that still needs to be confirmed properly. This covers a fair contribution to the network assets investment, and all agreements will be finalized by the network owner and Greenco before any import and export can commence. Members did require a clarification on the capacity reservation for Greenco, and whether the regulatory framework actually permits this. And the response from members, from management, was that both Eskom and Greenco are members of SAP, and the actual capacity reservation refers to the amount of power generation capacity that is held in reserve to manage fluctuations in supply and demand. From Greenco, this would involve ensuring sufficient reserves are in place when engaging in cross-border trading to avoid disruptions. SAP operates, I guess, under specific agreements and the regulations that govern the trade, and they've got specific regulations that govern electricity trading amongst member utilities. So the SAP framework allows members to address concerns regarding capacity and ensuring that there's sufficient reserves are maintained for reliability. But again, stand corrected, but it would probably have to be on a use it or lose it basis, so that we don't actually have somebody hogging space. But I assume that if we analyze those agreements, that is something that would probably contain. But I'm speculating on this, so I can stand to be corrected. Thirdly, members suggested that adding Greenco Power Services, we needed to actually include Greenco Power Services abilities in terms of administration in the RFD. This was added. It is indicated in in paragraph 40 to paragraph 42 of the RFD. Members also recommended that a 5-year financial plan be incorporated into a financial into the financial analysis. This was done, although perhaps might not be in a pro forma financial statement that members may be used to, but this one was done. The actual the analysis was done based on the on Greenco's charges, which are based on the Eskom webs. So those were the issues that were raised by members. If I can then take members to the recommendation, it is then recommended that the Energy Regulator approves Greenco's Power Services application, that Greenco Power Services be issued with an import and export license, subject to the license conditions, which are imposed, and the draft license is also attached here to as Annex E of the RFP. It is also recommended that the ER notes the 5-year generator power purchase agreements between Greenco Power Services Pty Limited and Tati Solar Pty Limited. Notes to also note the 4-year power supply agreement, heads of terms or head of agreement between Greenco Power Services Pty Limited and Sibanye Stillwater Evander gold mine, and also to note the tariff in the generation power purchase agreements between Greenco Power Services Pty Limited and Tati Solar Pty Limited. And lastly, to note, second from last, to note the tariff in the customer power supply agreement, heads of terms or head of agreement, heads of terms between Greenco Power Services and Sibanye Stillwaters. And lastly, in this particular part, to also approve the reasons for decision document, which is attached here too. Can I also request that, similar to the previous one, that we actually add a 6.2, which looks at this import and export. We need to have a proper framework that deals with import and export issues, as requested by the as suggested also by Ms. Herbst in her submission to NERSA. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Gumede. Members, here is the application here in front of us. Can we take comments and questions? I see Ms. Masetti's hand is up. Over to you, Ms. Masetti.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, just two things from my side. When we considered this application, I think there are two things that perhaps were left out that I did not see. One is the issue of the technical abilities. You'll recall that in the Act, in fact, in all of the three pieces of legislation, we are required, or any application that we consider must demonstrate the technical abilities, administrative abilities, as well as financial abilities. So I think the issue of the technical abilities is one that was raised, and it has not been emphasized. Again, I didn't see it, Mr. Gumede. Maybe you may just point out to that, because it has not been addressed. And then at least also in the summary. And the second thing that I wanted to just put an emphasis on, which we dealt with in some of the engagements we had on this, is the importance of, because this is going to be critical in terms of the interconnections in the use of the transmission system for the imports and exports, and also, to take the renewables from one country to another. So one will expect growth maybe in the future there. So it's important that there are rules around the balancing and the allocation of the allocation mechanism, the allocation of the capacity mechanism. So it's something that needs to be taken into consideration. So we asked whether the role of NERSA in that, so that we are not late, we are ready from our side in terms of monitoring such electricity balancing mechanisms in the usage of the transmission system by the operators to make generation equal to the demands, and also to make sure that others will also be able to sort of come into the market, so that these companies that already have some relationship with SAP are not the ones that are going to be preferred over other people that may meet the threshold of SAP and want to come in and also import or export to other countries. That becomes very important in terms of ensuring access to this critical infrastructure to open up the market for others. So those rules are also very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Masetti. I don't see any other hands. Mr. Gumede, you can respond.
Thank you, Chair. Just to admit, Chair, that there is no specific section that is labeled technical capabilities of the. However, I guess a lot of that can be inferred from a lot of the analysis of the in terms of this. Especially, the team went into serious depth in terms of the financial side, looking at even the adequacy of capital and all of the issues that are related to, I guess one would argue they are related more to the financial capability. But I guess in terms of the technical capability here, in this particular one, the challenge, I think, if I can put it this way, that the challenge with that section 10.2 of the Act is that it's generic. It applies to people that are applying for licenses, for operational licenses, as well as people that are applying for trading licenses and import and export license. However, I think in looking at this, the emphasis, for instance, the import and export is more, because import and export, what's really going to happen here is that in some cases they're not even going to be a physical movement of product, but of electricity, but it's going to be a financial trade. Then a lot of this is really it's more about the financial capability of the player in terms of how well they can do trading. So it's more about the movement of money rather than the movement of electrons. I mean, again, the system is deemed to be fungible. So you're not going to physically get an electron that was generated in Zambia Hydro, for instance, in a hydro scheme in Zambia being the one that actually physically flows into what I can't remember the customer here where who's buying, whether it's buying still water, whatever. It's not going to be that, but it's the money that flows. So the extent to which the technical capability may be expressed in this analysis perhaps is not very explicit, but we take the point, Madam Massetti, but there is no explicit heading that looks at the technical capability in respect of this application. So that's the first issue. The issue around the interconnection and the monitoring, I think it's something that we, as part of these frameworks that we need to look at this import and export framework, we need to look at this in detail. However, we have to remember that the license has been issued to NTCSA in respect as a transmission system operator. Although in terms of the 2006 Act, it wasn't explicit that they needed to get a systems operations license. In respect of the law that has been assented to, we would need to actually issue. They will need to apply for the systems operation license. But as part of the conditions there too, will then need to be able to express these conditions in that license to indicate what is it that would be required from the systems operator to ensure these issues that Madam Massetti is raising. But it's going to be a condition of the systems operator license. I hope I have answered that Madam Massetti is satisfied with my answers. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Gumede. Ms. Massetti, are you covered?
I'm covered, Chairperson. I think we may just deal with that issue of the technical abilities to the extent that it is not necessarily applicable to this one. Let's state it there. Otherwise, let it be something that is reflected in terms of the analysis. Even if it's the trading, how well they are doing the trading, and the fact that they have dealt with the trading before. So we need to just deal with that. Reflected in the RFDs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think that is for future enhancement, Mr. Gumede, for your for the RFDs. Thank you very much, Ms. Massetti. I don't see any other hands. Can we then go to the recommendations then? On page 4, I think of 110, 611 to 616, and then the 6.2 that we are adding. By show of hands, members, if we approve this application. Thank you, Ms. Massetti. Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Thank you, Mr. Gumede. Thank you, Mr. Sibanda. Thank you, Advocate Sitole. And thank you, Ms. Semane. And I also approve. Thank you very much. The application is approved. We're now going to 7.11. We will come back to 7.10, but let's go to 7.11. Over to you, Mr. Gumede.
Thank you, Chairperson. This one is actually here for noting. This matter did serve at the ELS largely because there was a gap in the delegation matrix, because a lot of these issues in terms of registration, there's a standing instruction for them, for the FTRM to sign them off. But this particular one, unfortunately, because it's the first one it's not explicitly provided for in the delegation matrix. But in essence, Lionthorn Solar Pty Limited, it was applying to actually have its distribution facility to be registered in accordance with the license exemption and registration notice, notice number 47877 of the 17th of January 2023. So in essence, the electricity subcommittee is asking the ER to note the registration of the application, to note the registration application of Lionthorn Solar Pty Limited's distribution facility, and to note the draft decision and the reasons for decision document which is associated therewith. As indicated, the reason why it's here is that ordinarily in the past the actual registration was delegated to REC. However, there is a standing instruction that requires the FTRM to approve. I guess one might ask whether this should not ordinarily have gone to the REC rather than the ELS. However, it is here now, and it is here for the ER to note the approval that was provided, which was granted by the ELS. Just by way, I'm assuming, Chairperson, that I don't need to read the actual background itself. I'm going to take that as read, but just to also indicate that what is unique about this about the notice of registration that was done on 17th of January 2023 is that it also allowed for the operation of distribution facilities that are between the point of connection and the generation facility, which is dedicated for the conveyance of electricity through a transmission or distribution power system, that actually be registered rather than be licensed. So that is, in the main, is the issue. If we go to the deliberation, the application was approved by the ELS on the 1st of October 2024. However, according to the new delegation matrix, the electricity subcommittee is not delegated to approve this application. Therefore, this application, although approved by the ELS, was then requested that it be brought to the energy regulator for noting. And we assume that going forward, the new delegation matrix will be amended to then include the registration of distribution facilities in the standing instruction for the FTRM once this decision has been ratified. With that, Chairperson, the recommendation, which is on page 3 of 53, is that we are requesting that the energy regulator to note the registration of Lionthorn Solar Pty Limited's distribution facility, and secondly, to note the related draft decision and the reasons for decision document, which is attached here to as Annexure A. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gumede. I think from the people who are dealing with the DOA, hopefully this matter will be resolved so that we do not have items where we have gaps about where they should be discussed or discussed in more than one forum. If that can be closed, team, at the relevant time when you are updating the delegation of authority. Thank you very much, Mr. Gumede. Any comments, questions? I see a hand from Mr. Chokwe.
Good day, Chairperson, and good day, everyone. Chairperson, I think RSU has talked to the colleagues about this matter, Chairperson. I think there is one thing that is missing. This matter was before the ELS when it should have been before the REC, because the delegation matrix, as we have it, is very clear about this function belongs to REC. What we don't have is the standing instruction by the REC and ER for the FTRM to implement. Therefore, I've talked to colleagues, actually, Mr. Tamai, I've talked to him, I've talked to the initiator to say, when it comes here, it should have been this committee to ratify a decision that was taken by ELS instead of REC, with the instant instruction that actually it's going to be determined by the REC if maybe there are a lot of their volumes. But I don't know how we talked past each other on this matter. What I'm saying, Chairperson, is that when it comes to the delegation matrix, they are very clear. There is no loophole or there is no gap. The only thing that we can do going forward is when these applications are becoming too many, then REC would actually take a decision to say, let's approach ER for standing instructions. Therefore, this matter, Chairperson, I've said to the colleagues that we should have had ER ratifying that a decision that should have been taken by REC was taken by ELS. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you for the clarity. But I think from the RSU side, they need to assist in these cases so that we do not have a situation now where at this level we deal with the issues of ratification, because if they have the delegation in front of them, the document or the submission will go to the right committee. Members, here is the proposal that we ratify that it was dealt with at ELS instead of REC. Anyone who is against that proposal? Okay, ratified. Can you show your hands, please, members, to say you approve that ratification? Thank you, Mr. Kumete. Thank you, Ms. Masetti. Thank you, Advocate Stolle. Thank you, Mr. Mkize. Thank you, Mr. Sibanda. I also approve. But I think let's streamline our processes so that we don't have this confusion. But now, do we note the submission, members, that has been given to us in 6.1? By show of hands, please.
Chair, I thought we've just ratified it. So we ratified the decision. I was saying over and above that, Chair.
Yes, that's so too.
Okay, I'm an accountant, so when you ratify, then you do a decision. Okay, so the ratification covers this decision, the noting. Okay, that's fine then. Thank you very much. Thank you. We are all sorted. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Kumete, for all your submissions. I will hand over now to the real chair to proceed with the meeting from 7.10. Thank you very much, everyone. Over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sabia. Ms. Sabia, you were the real chair for that part. There was no other chair appointed by the regulator. So thank you, and thank you for your execution. Colleagues, we are at 1 o'clock, and this was the time that this meeting was scheduled to run till. I know that Faye had indicated that this is too long an agenda, and I said we will give it a try. So Faye, you were right, it's too long an agenda. The closed part of the meeting will talk about how we are going to deal with the rest of the agenda. For now, let's then tackle item 7.0. Mr. Gumede, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. This one, Chair, hopefully going to go quickly because it was really the decision had been made. This report deals is actually a submission to request the energy to approve the reasons for decision document. on the Eskom's grid capacity preservation and or reservation application, which was intended to actually reserve the capacity for the Section 34 IPPs, which is attached here to we actually approved that document, which is attached here to as Annexure A. So, Chair, I'm gonna take the actual two-pager or the submission to have been to actually have been raised as to have been read, but just to indicate that the reasons why the RFD was sent back, and there were comments from the ER, and there's been responses from management which are actually captured in the RFD. So, for instance, the first issue was, there was an issue in the previous RFP that went into that discussed at length the issues around the issue of customers and classes of customers, which was not something that was actually in the Eskom application, and therefore that was removed. And the focus of the RFD was then subsequently only on the three objectively justifiable and identified differences that Eskom, the Eskom application, or should I say the NTCS application, focused on. So the analysis starts from paragraph 8.1.2 to paragraph 8.1.18 of the RFD. And the other key issue that was raised was the concern around how the question on the public interest had been dealt with. That has now been looked at, and that's is dealt with under paragraph 5.1 to paragraph 5.3, citing the empowering provisions, rendering the decision-making process of the energy regulator to be lawful and to be in the public interest. So the issue of the public interest is now discussed in detail. There was a question again on the aspect of scarcity that was raised, and that has also been dealt with. I think on page 17, and in the analysis actually starts from paragraph 10.1 to paragraph 10.12. Thanks, Chairperson. Okay, maybe just to take it further, that it is therefore recommended that the energy regulator approve the reasons for decision document on Eskom's grid capacity preservation and or reservation for Section 34 IPPs, which is attached here to as Annexure A. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gumede. Colleagues, members, there's a submission in front of us. I'm going to be the first one to say that if it was just for me, I would still say let's rework the submission, because I think when we give reasons for the decision, we give reasons for the decision and we stick to what we are supposed to stick to, like Mr. Gumede said. But still, here we have other issues that we're addressing that I'm not necessarily aligned to. I know that our chances of being challenged in this one are minimal, but we shouldn't be doing things because our chances of being challenged are minimal. We should be doing it the right way the first time around. But I open the floor, members. Ms. Masetti?
Chairperson, also from my side, I was concerned about the way that we framed our reasons for decision. I mean, we stated clear things that were not provided, that made it difficult for us to take the decision that is sought here. So the way that the reasons are framed really are not so strong and are not communicating exactly what we intend to communicate. And then there's the other thing, Chairperson, even if we take the decision today and then defer the approval of the reasons for decision, I think we may need to then go back to the purpose of the submission, correct that purpose, the way that Chairperson we've been indicating that the purpose must also be aligned with the recommendations or decision that is sought. If you go to the purpose, you will see there that all we're talking about, we make reference to the reasons for decision. We are not crafting it such that the purpose such that the energy regulator is required to first take a decision, meaning whether we approve or not approve the preservation of the grid. And then also
Ms. Massetti, may I correct you? I think we had already approved the preservation. I think what was outstanding was the reasons for the decision. That's what we sent back, but we had approved that we are not agreeing with the ESCOM doing that. Please correct me, Mr. Gumede, if I'm wrong.
I must have
missed You are correct, Chairperson.
Okay, all right, Chairperson, then that's fine on that part. That's fine then, Chairperson, on that part, but I just wanted them to be read together. That's okay, Chair. But it's just the reasons for decision that I'm not quite happy in the way that we articulated them, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Massetti. I agree with you on that part fully, by the way. But other members? Members, I just to show why I have that discomfort. For example, on the NESA analysis, if you start on the NESA analysis, page 817 of 23, from 8.1, 8.12, and that I am not sure what is it that we're doing, because we're repeating what ESCOM has said. 8.17, 8.11, but the point really for me where I started being misaligned is if I look at 9.8, where it talks about the abstract nature of the ESCOM app, did not identify any relationship between ESCOM and the IPPs as customers. We discussed this in the first time we had the workshop, and it was not an issue, but we are still bringing it here, and I don't understand how we're bringing it in. And we're talking about the refusal to approve, like on 9.11, NESA's refusal to approve. For me, it's not the document that should come from the energy regulator. What was clear in what we had was that ESCOM, and it is in the document, maybe those are the only points we should state in, that did not provide us with, first, the objectively identifiable reasons. Secondly, they didn't even provide us with those customers that we would then be able to judge this, or the nodes, or the points where this grid is constrained. And that was really our main reason. The rest of what is in here about exports or 9.9 and GDP growth, we really did not get into that, or at least in the sessions that I was in, I was sleeping during the time that we're discussing this because I have no recollection of it. But Mr. Gumede, you can correct me if I've missed out certain things.
Chairperson, I must admit, I guess when we sign off on this, as you notice, there's gazillion of things that go through electricity. Is that a lot of what I then tend to look at after, especially the detailed part of the RFD. I had also highlighted 9.8 in particular. I wasn't sure. I'd highlighted it and said we can strike that off. That I think from where we are saying, and I'd agree with you, and I agree with, is that we have indicated the reasons why this was not approved. And therefore, from where I'm sitting is that we by taking out 9.8 to 9.11, it doesn't take anything away from this RFD. It just prevents us from being, if someone is unhappy with something because it doesn't add any value to this if we take it out. So my suggestion, Chair, is that without returning the actual RFD for further, just that we actually take out those paragraphs 9.8 to 9.11. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gumede. I think you suggested 9.8 to 9.11. For me, I would propose that 8.13, 8.14, 8.15. I don't even know what 8.16 is saying, but it must be saying something 8.17, 8.18, 8.19, and 8.111. I don't see it. And then you get 8.12, where it says that the reasons identified, ESCOM did not specify the differences. 8.12 is exactly why we did not approve. But yeah, if it's not a heavy decision that's going to get us into trouble, but I don't think that we should be making decisions based on whether they're heavy, they'll get us into trouble. We must make them right and make them in the right way. But I would go with that suggestion of Mr. Gumede, but I'm proposing those sections that I've mentioned. Ms. Maseti, I see your hand is up.
Chairperson, I think we must be consistent here in the sense that I think there's a lot here that needs to be rectified in this. And we gave the team an opportunity to work properly on the reasons for decision. And we did not want to delay the matter. So the decision was taken, but we said they must then work properly on this. And we did have a workshop. And it was very clear what kind of information is not there. It is not just those paragraphs that you suggested, Chairperson, yourself, and also Mr. Gumede. There's other terminology that is used here that is actually not proper in the way that we articulated and formulated certain things here. So I think, Chairperson, we have been lenient. There's been a lot of errors in most of the submissions. And I think it will be fair that this one be sent back. I know that it is not a good, I know even I was the first one, even for the team in gas to say, I'm not going to waste the time of the energy regulator here. Even on two things that I could have just said, let's approve the subject to those things being done. I just took the matter away. Same happened at the PGS when small things were taken back. So I would request that, Chairperson, that we, because this is the document that will expose us in terms of what are the reasons for us to not approve the application by ESCOM, and other stakeholders wanted this, but from our side, we're worried about those that will not get an opportunity to access the grid, which is an essential facility. So if we don't have good reasons, it will be a problem. It is not just 9.8. 9.7 is also not good. There's 9.6 that is also not crafted properly. So there is a number of other paragraphs, Chairperson, and the terminology that is used. So I don't think that the document is ready. I think we have been lenient with the bulk of the documents. And then the team on this one was given a chance just to focus on the reasons. I don't think that we should be more lenient than we have been when it comes to this one, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maseti. Ms. Maseti, I'm sold. Mr. Gumede, we're going to have to follow that same. I'm proposing that it gets taken back, cleaned out, and just stick to what we need to stick to as we're guided, and it can be approved via round robin, like we have said with the other matters on this. But I know that Mr. Mkhize gagged me when I wanted to go on and on about submissions, but since this is the last but one item, I'm going to have that opportunity, Mr. Mkhize, to talk in that session that you had proposed after this one about submissions. Thank you, Mr. Mkhize, for gagging me. Colleagues, we are taking this one back. It will come back via the round robin approval, and Mr. Gumede has indicated that he approves, and I think the other members will accept if it's withdrawn by the member who was presenting it. So colleagues, we are then going to go to the next item. I think this is now item number 7.12, which is for noting.
Chairperson, thank you. I am looking forward to taking a break from speaking. I don't know how people do this a whole day. But anyway, this is the last item, Chair. I don't have anything in particular that I'd like to flag on the minutes, but we'll be able to respond if there are any questions that are asked. But we are here, Chair, to request ER to note the meeting of the Electricity Subcommittee, the minutes of the meeting of the Electricity Subcommittee, meeting number 227, which was held on Tuesday, the 3rd of September, 2024. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gumede. Members, any questions, comments, points to be clarified on the minutes of the meetings of the Electricity Subcommittee? I do not see any hands in that case. May I just request if you could indicate by raising your hand that you are noting these minutes? Got Ms. Massetti, Mr. Gumede, Mr. Bia, Advocate Sitole, Mr. Mkize, Mr. Spander, and Mr. Mane had indicated that he is going to move, so maybe she is not available at this stage. So the minutes are noted. Colleagues, we have come to the end of the open section of the meeting, and I would like to thank the members of the public who have stayed with us. And I think in this meeting, we have also made landmark decisions or decisions that are milestones in our regulatory path and journey, like improving as many as 4 trading licenses and an import-export license as being the first one. And I'd like to thank you for that. Thank you, and I wish you a great afternoon.